111. Sure. I would scary. I really want to be back.
I have mighty slow printing more agendas more because they've been ran out. Well,
You know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah. You're married.
Perfect. See how we work? How many years? That's all, man. Also, like the mayor here. Maybe I'll see people.
I know what I'm gonna be quick enough. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start. Can you all put your phones on silent or turn them off, please? It's 9:01. We're about to start. Thank you. That's it.
It's 9:01 and a half. We're gonna call the meeting to order. We have, we call the meeting to order. We have a quorum. All board members are present. If we could all stand for a moment of silence. Perfect.
an official government document, the outcome is entirely up to you. William F. Hahn. On January 17th at 7:40 p.m., Dear Madam Grand Poobah Vale, to quote Doc Holliday from the film Tombstone, I know, let's have a spelling contest. William F. Hahn. And on January 17th at 10:58 p.m., Dear Madam Grand Poobah Vale, I am honored and humbled beyond words that you will be reading my latest email to you into the official minutes of the FCSA board, which will ultimately be viewed by anyone visiting the FCSA website. And my only editorial remark about that is that in this room that would have conveyed that information to Bill Hahn, and he sits on the board of directors. And that's all of the secretary's report I have.
What did you just say?
I said there's only one person in this room that would have conveyed the information to Bill Hahn that his email would be read, and he sits on the board of directors.
Okay.
Here.
Great.
Great. Thank you.
I'd like
That's
to
all the
comment on that.
secretary's report I have.
I certainly don't condone, sorry, my voice is gonna go out, but I certainly don't condone that email, and no one should be threatened. And I absolutely don't think that Lisa forged any documents or did any nefarious deed with what he refers to. And I did not tell him that those were gonna be read into the minutes. I'm unsure why he sent that second email.
Treasurer's report?
I'm sorry, I tried to get a hold of the Ford's projector so you could see it better, but that was unable to be located. And I borrowed one, but it's basically illegible. So I'll just read some things off of my laptop along from what I have here.
If you turn off the light. Turn off the
Turn off lights,
We
we'll-
could see a little bit.
I tried that, it's
Oh,
not
okay.
much better.
Yeah, that's a little better.
That's a little better.
Yeah.
Still not.
Just head out the way.
I'll just read it from the computer. It's okay, don't worry about it. So, basically, for December, our net operating income was around $25,000. Sorry, my vision's also not great. $25,300 for December, and to negative $200,609 for year to date. That's mostly for the year to date is because we paid our insurance to save quite a bit of insurance interest on the insurance payments. It was like 12.5%, and so we're certainly not getting 12.5% on our money. So that was a smart move, and our taxes also brought it down. But with accrual accounting, it would be distributed across the year, but we're using cash, so it will balance itself out as we go month to month. We had a few transfers, four of those, and one charter give back that got us about $825 from the transfers. And the motel is right about where it was last year. We got $17,442, and last year we got $17,939. So a little bit low, but almost the same. So you see this chart. Okay, so yeah. So basically, in October of 2023, someone sent an email to the board saying that we'd spent all the money's been extinguished, and Jason doesn't read the bank balances, so we don't know what's going on. So at that point, I got all hundreds of bank statements and produced this chart that stacks up the amount in each of the accounts so we can see where we're going. At that time, I realized that we had substantial funds, more than $1 million, just sitting in zero APR interest accounts, and made a lot of research and suggestions to move those to Fidelity, to where we could get 5% APR. That's getting us thousands of dollars per month interest that we never were getting before, in maybe the history of before. It took about 6 months to get that thing moving, to get money transferred in there. And then the interest really started to pile up on us. And then we have a security bond at the landfill for about $185,000. I think we're getting 1%. No, we were getting 1%. We were getting 1%, and I think now they're giving like 0.5% at where we had it before. So we would be getting 0.5% if we were left in a bank trust. But I also at my suggestion, I found that we can put it into a CD. We found a bank and we stopped banking Del Rio. They gave us 4% on that. So we're getting $700 every month on that money just sitting there as we go along. It took a while to get the money moved, but things move, corporate speed or whatever. And there was about $233,000 sitting in our one of our accounts. I finally worked with Mr. Cavender to get that moved, and it doesn't show up on any of these reports, but that's because we just moved it. But we got it moved. Most of all the funds are now earning reasonable interest that we can use to repair buildings or whatever other projects that we find necessary for that. I just want to say I enjoy being treasurer, and I'd like to stay treasurer. Thank you.
I have a quick question. Ms. Cameron, where's our current balance?
Oh, wait, all right, so I'll say that. So I forgot that. So like at the end of November, we were sitting at $691,000 in all our accounts, including the money locked into the landfill surety bond. That had been going down over the last about 4 months, but mostly because we paid all that insurance money and taxes and such. That's why one of the reasons it was dropping. But last month, due to a RGC credit for $25,000, a successful hunting program and such. At the end of December, the grand total balance was about $770,000. So almost 80 grand more than we had in our liquid funds than we did the month before. I hope that continues and we start to see it go up and do better. Okay, thank you. Does anyone else have any other questions? Yes.
Jason, I think in the last couple of weeks, there's been some pretty serious accusations, slanderous articles in the paper.
Yes.
In your experience, being treasurer and being on the board, have we ever spent money on something that wasn't absolutely necessary? Correct me if I'm wrong, but most of our major expenditures have been for deferred maintenance and things that needed to be repaired.
There has been a lot of deferred maintenance. I mean, when I inherited the mobile homes that I have, my mom had not been maintaining the property. And so every time someone moved or something from time to do, it was like, oh my God, I need new floors. Oh my God, I need this. It was like, oh, 10,000 here. So I feel like that's kind of where we've been at. It's that a lot of repairs are needed. The buildings are, we were going to talk about the motel, and that's not even the electrical bulbs in the motel, correct? That's just the deck of the property. It's just one deck. So yes, we have been doing a lot of maintenance.
Thank you.
Jason, for clarification, so from November to December, there was an increase in our balance.
Yes.
Okay, there hasn't been any major decreases since we paid the taxes and the
I mean,
insurance.
since we paid it, it's been going down a bit every month, but last month was a jump. So
And I remember the last big hit we took was $10,000 via mud, correct? We had to pay for the water
yes.
storage system,
yeah, the month,
and that's still pending, correct?
to my knowledge.
Thank you.
All right, general manager's report.
Good morning, everybody. How are you today? Well, hopefully, if you have some coffee back there, it'll warm up. It's good to see everybody. It would be nice to see everybody like this every time we have a meeting like this. So this is, I'll try to make this really fast. It's 4 pages. I just don't know how to make it any smaller. So here we go. Jason mentioned most of the stuff about the motel. Delinquent monies that we have collected in December was $5,200. We only had $91.50 for write-off. And he already gave the member service activity, so I won't go past that. building updates. Jason is going to have this completed by, I believe, Monday.
Yes. So every account has, I mean, every lot and members' data has been migrated into Building except for Unit 21 as special properties, but those are a bit odd in their names, the way that they've been split up in different things, and they're not straightforward. Like Unit 3 is just lots 1 through 76. It's very easy. Unit 21 has various names for the blocks and all this, so I ran into a couple of snags on that, but I want to make sure it all goes in correctly. Then that will be in, then everything will be in there as far as membership data goes. One of the things that I did was taking the mailing addresses and using the USPS address verification API. Anyways, an API is where two computers can talk to each other. So I had it standardize all our mailing addresses, add the 4-digit zip code, correct them, make sure they were valid and such. So we're almost there. And then I will work with Triumvir to get the financial transactions imported in. And then we will go live and you'll be able to pay your bills online. We'll be able to have ARC requests done, violation reports done inside there, maintenance requests, work orders, a whole slew of things that we've never had access to. And that I'm probably more than 1,000 hours into that project. I will not deny you. By the time I started on the board, I had to learn the Black system, learn how to get the data out of the back end of the Black system, merge it with QuickBooks, merge it with county data. It was a significant project, and we're almost there.
Thank you.
Ms. Cavender, real quick, going down memory lane, how much have we invested in Building? Up to
Bill,
now?
it costs us $10,000.
And we've invested time since then, since September, October, correct?
Yes,
And we're almost.
we are
finish line.
almost there. I'm sure he's gonna have it in there by Monday morning. There was Unit 21, like you said, and the special lots were kind of very convoluted. Because I'm sure nobody has looked at them for a very long time. So they'll be all corrected. So I'm excited. I did want to say for the motel revenue, the motel was only down $496 from last year, but we are waiting for income of $47,000 from Spectrum. And I know Spectrum is, we're not liking them right now. I understand that, but they are bringing in a lot of revenue for the fort, which is going to be fantastic. And I'll get to Spectrum here in a little bit. So maintenance and landscaping, Colony Road cleanup, the landscaping team cleaned up behind Colony Road. It looks amazing. I want to thank everybody for their efforts in getting that cleaned up. The team is currently now working in Unit 15, and there's a lot to do there. So they're going to be there for a little bit. And once they're done there, they're going to go to Unit 3. They're hitting the ones that are the worst at this point in time. But if anybody has any challenges or requests, just give us a call at the office. Oh, but I do want to introduce somebody. Marisol, can you stand up? This is my wonderful new executive secretary. And she has been amazing. So if anybody needs to talk to me, you're probably gonna go through her to make appointments and stuff like that. So, but she's an angel. I just thought I'd share that. So there are road repairs. So my maintenance are working on the road repairs, but we do have some, I think it's called free flex. Is that what it is, John? That we are waiting to mix with the asphalt. It's going to be delivered here on the 24th, so you will see some more work on that. I also am getting bids for the area down by Mr. Sweets. So I'm trying to look at that because it's probably the worst I've ever seen it. I will update everybody once I have all that information and the bids in. Drainage ditch work, Philip and Tom Kovac are addressing this issue in Unit 38 and Unit 26, which I believe is Mr. Williams and well, a few other people, because they're having some flooding when it rains, even though it doesn't rain a lot. But when it does rain, it kind of goes almost up to their doorsteps. And so they'll be working on that before it gets hot out. And then we had a streetlight inspection done. It's been completed. Philip and his team are addressing repairs and coordinating with AEP and Rio Grande for items outside of our responsibility. RV park revenue brought in was 17,741, which was only $49 more than the motel. So we're in competition, but it's a good competition, Warren, because I know you love the RV park. And then upgrades, bathroom sinks and cabinets have been installed. Kitchen deep cleaned, which was helped by our staff and the RV soon to be official committee. And then internet improvements, we are coordinating with Spectrum on new internet service there. Now, Warren has done a lot more work at the RV park. David Mann has done a lot of work in the bathrooms. So I would like you two to stand up so we can give you all a round of applause, please. Okay. All right, and they are currently working on the NCO club as well. And I didn't realize it, but we also have MK doing the outside. So it's really getting a facelift, which is totally awesome. Let's see, security. Staff performance, Sherry, who was promoted to assistant, is doing a fantastic job. They're gonna do vehicle checks again because it's very important that we conduct decal checks to verify driver's license for compliance. And then we are still researching speed bumps because I literally had to stop my car the other day and stick my hand out the window because somebody I think was driving like 70 miles an hour. So we need to get that taken care of. Hunting. December revenue success, budgeted revenue was 12,700. The earnings were 22,165. Clay is here. Where are you, Clay? He's one of the guys that have been helping. Thank you, Clay. Give him a round of applause. We do have Lee, Philip, Matt, who works hard. I don't think Matt ever takes a day off. I really don't. He lives here. But them guys have really been working really hard, and I appreciate them so much. So they went over, they brought in $9,000 more than we anticipated. And then we're doing a Valentine's special for the hunting, which starts on the February 1st to the end of February. And it's for the love of hunting, because I know guys just love to kill things. 15% off. Romance. There you go. Anyway, golf course, green updates, NFL Sundays events are still a big hit. Golf course activities, Thursday scrambles are becoming bigger and bigger, and opening on Mondays have brought in more players because none of the other golf courses are open on Monday. And we are the only 18-hole golf course around for, I guess, miles. But so we're excited about that. And then they're also doing a paint a portrait party. So Heather, the new manager, is hosting a paint a portrait, which is $20 per person to bring some more revenue into the golf course. And all it is couples that paint pictures of each other while they're drinking. How funny can that be? So Dickman, December success. Liquor sales in 2024 were $1,933 higher than 2023, which was totaling $8,975 because we had some really good events. I don't know if that's a really good thing that liquor's so high, but it brought in revenue, so I'm not going to complain. The Christmas party was amazing. Volunteer support. Thank you, Warren, for working on the motel bulletin board. It looks amazing. Letty's going to be decorating it with hearts and lights. And then David, we talked about the bathrooms. Ryan will be doing the painting afterward. And Warren and his team have, like I said, been working on various projects there. I'm sorry, I really don't know how to make this shorter.
No,
Okay.
have at it.
Spectrum underground work scheduled for completion in February. Site inspection scheduled for the 23rd with myself and Jose, who's the construction supervisor. And he's coming down from Laredo so we can drive around to all the areas. And I have all of the complaints in a pile on my desk that we will go to every single one. And if anybody hasn't put in one, please do, so I can make sure we address that, okay? And then motel refresh phase 1. So I guess there's been, people have heard rumors. Well, here's the truth. Just in case you didn't get all the info, I got 3 bids. The board is gonna look at these, and what this is for is to replace two support beams because they're rotted, replace rotted window wood, replace the outdoor carpet and plywood that's on the upper level with pine, tongue, and groove on upper veranda, paint the exterior of the building, build two storage rooms under the staircase, which means staircases will now be enclosed with a door so it doesn't look so unsightly. And it can cause the safety issues if kids go in there and play. Install new outdoor light fixtures, add fire extinguishers on the outside and cabinets upstairs and downstairs, power wash and clean both buildings, install a new 40, oh, well, that'll come up. Remove and organize the cable wires that are on the outside. And I believe that's it. There could be more that might happen on that, but I don't know. So that's kind of the gist of it. Events, marketing, Christmas decoration contest. Who were the winners? Best theme, Steve and Maria Fox. Best use of lights, Bob and Michelle and their son Clayton. And most creative, Melissa Fink and her son Colton. We are excited to say that we are working on a quarterly newsletter. While the project is still in its early stages, we are eager to rekindle what was once a very well-received and informative publication. Our goal is to create a newsletter that reflects the spirit of our community, keeping members informed and engaged with the latest updates, events, and developments at Fort Clark Springs. Stay tuned for more detail. And then Creative Collective of Fort Clark. We are just waiting on a signed agreement, and they are going to be stationed in the pottery area at the adult center and using that area. Other items to note, and then I'll be done. We had a wonderful TCEQ inspection, which is the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, conducted an inspection of the landfill on Wednesday and was satisfied with all areas. And then we also had a health inspection at the Creekside. A health inspector visited Creekside yesterday as part of a routine inspection for food serving establishments. The inspection was completed with no issues noted, and the facility was found to be in compliance. And as a side note, as I was driving here this morning at 6:15 in the morning, I was listening to Tim McGraw. And I don't know how many of you listen to country. I listen to all kinds of music. But there's a song that is called Humble and Kind. And there is one verse in that beautiful song that I wanted to share. This is a very small yet powerful excerpt for the song Humble and Kind by Tim McGraw. Don't hold a grudge or a chip, and here's why. Bitterness keeps you from flying. Thank you.
Yeah,
On a side note, I want to thank you, Ms. Carringer, for that presentation. I'm sure most of you all who are out and about will see her on about on Fort Clark Springs. In my opinion, she's doing an outstanding job. She's taking different types of shots from different types of locations, from different types of people on a daily basis. She's juggling multiple balls in the air, and I've never seen her upset one time. She just keeps pressing on. So thank you so much for your continued hard work.
Thank you.
She is minding the books, opposite of what runs around here sometimes, the people talking and making claims of this place being drained. So rest assured, she's doing an outstanding job, and if she's not, well, then that'll be a different discussion. Thank you.
John, you had some
Yes.
questions.
Good morning. I wanted to add a little context to the TCEQ showing up here unannounced. On December 15th, we received, I'm going to give you an excerpt from an email. We received an email that says, over 20 years ago, FCSA was fined $110,000 by the EPA for operating an illegal dump site. It would be devastating for that to happen again. Please see attached photos of the current photos of FCSA's illegal dump site. In mid-December, which that was December 15th, TCEQ received an anonymous tip. And on December 17th, Mrs. Charlena put out a safety reminder for the 400 acres that it's restricted, thereby, as an agent of the land, notifying everybody there's no trespassing on the 400 acres for safety concerns. And on December 16th, as just normal order of business, Philip Garcia, I would assume, got special permission from the judge to burn brush and other items out there. On January 8th, there was an article in the paper. Well, it may not have been in the paper. It may have just been on online. Posted photos of the dump again after the photos were taken on December 15th. I know that because my equipment was in that photo, which I donated or loaned to the association for 3 weeks. I did not bring it up here until the very end of December, which means that the people who took those photos violated, restricted access property and trespassed in order to take those photos. So it's why is this important? Because there's people within this community that would rather tear it down than build it up, and they're willing to do whatever is necessary to have that happen, and that's very, very clear. But like Mrs. Charlena said, I think close to the exact quote TCEQ said was, "This was a waste of their time."
Can I say for that?
I wanted to clarify for the health inspection. Was there a call made for them to come out?
Yes, it was.
So it wasn't routine, it was somebody.
No, I was being nice.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Charlena, regarding the 400 acres, and I know Clay's here, and I know he's mentioned it on online stuff. Clay, is there a danger being out there in the 400 acres while y'all are maintaining the hunting and all that out there?
Sure,
There's no danger?
we close it.
Okay, well, that's what I'm saying, but there is a danger if you're out there and you're not supposed to be out there, correct? Potential danger.
Well, yeah, if you're not supposed to be out there, there could be a danger.
Okay, so the association is trying to protect us all, correct? Ms. Cavender?
Yes, because there's shooters, there's hunters out there, which when they go out there, it's coordinated with the gun club.
Yeah.
And if people are going out there and they don't know because they're not coordinating it, what if somebody got shot?
Yeah.
You know, we have to understand, we have to know that. And then what if kids go out there? There's hills and they're not cliffs, but they're very high. And if they're up there playing, what if they fall down? How many times do kids get hurt? What if they fell down, broke their neck? We just don't need to have that. It is a liability. And I know it was mentioned at one time that here's another restriction they're putting on us. Well, it's for general liability safety. It's not that we don't. What do you want to go out to the dump for? It's a dump. I mean, it's not like trails or ATV trails, or it's a dump where we put garbage and stuff like that.
Well, I'm sure there's TCEQ requirements.
Yes.
That, not anybody can wander onto a landfill.
Exactly. Bill had a
Bill.
If there's no restriction of no trespassing on the restricted acreage.
It's not new.
It's not.
Well, I know, but I'm just, are there no trespassing signs? around
Yes,
the
we
perimeter?
put them on the gates.
What about around the perimeter?
It doesn't have to have no trespassing
Yeah,
signs. It just
just on
has
the
to be
gates.
fenced, and it is fenced.
Okay, well, that's fine.
Thank you. Thank you, Bill.
Did you have anything else?
Okay.
I have a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
Did the, on Colony Row, I know you've cleared a lot of that area. You're not going back any further though, are
No,
you?
no.
That's behind those, because I know that on one side it goes, you could practically fall into.
I've heard, yes.
And the other side is, they don't want to be looking out at the other question, a yes, no question, is the 20% then going back into the RV park?
No, so I'll be honest with you, not right at this time, because we don't have enough money yet to do that. Even though we have that revision that was done, I believe when
The policy.
the policy resolution was done, right at the moment, we have so much deferred maintenance that needs to be done. We have to use it where we need to. Now, do we
So
want to
their
do that?
kitchen, they can't do anything with their kitchen right now because that's gonna cost money and they don't have any money because it's all going to the fort. Is that correct or am I?
It's
wrong?
going everywhere. It's not just
Okay.
going to the fort. The kitchen is the fort.
Yeah.
And it all is the fort.
Right.
But yes,
it's
but
not
all they
going
need
back
to do is, all they need to do is come back to me and we can talk about it and figure it out. Because I have great plans for the hunting for next year, like I told you, Warren, for us to get the kitchen where it needs to be so we can do package deals for hunting and have breakfasts and lunches out there. So we just need to come up with a plan.
Thank you.
John.
It's a great question. I think I'd like to make one comment on that. And I'll just name it to not disrespect you, Travis, because you were sitting here and you wrote the article. I want everybody to remember that we have started when I got on the board, we lost a general manager. We fought like hell to get a good one, and we got one. And it's going to take time. I think the resolution is a good resolution. It's just not the right time. If we operated 10 months and we threw 20% into some proverbial account, hypothetical account, we could do that. But then when the 10 months rolled around, we would be out of money and we would drain those accounts to make the association succeed, right? In order to not go into the red.
But our
So-
resolutions, are they,
I'm going to get to that.
Okay.
We can certainly do that if that's what the membership wants to do, but it's going to be for nothing until our budget at the end of the year. Our budget, let's just say everything went according to budget. We have $100,000 surplus. That's the only way it would ever be able to be achieved. Otherwise, that money has to, by definition, be used within the daily usage of the of our billing, of our usage. The other point I want to make is that resolution was talked about and then passed on October 15th of 2022. I didn't get on the board until March of 2025. And when I got on, 2023. And when I got on the board, not one iota of that resolution had it been implemented by the person that drove it home, passed it, and then should have implemented it. So I think it's disingenuous to say, well, this board isn't using that resolution when the person who got it passed still didn't use the resolution. So because I think 6 months is plenty of time to create accounts, to earmark money within QuickBooks, which is not a complicated matter to do. It's not fair to hold us accountable to that when the person who implemented it did not hold themselves accountable.
But would still we consider rescinding that or reducing the percentage so we can follow it?
And I think that's a good discussion to have.
It is a good discussion,
Yeah,
and I
but-
don't want to cut it off, but we do have a lot to get through, and we're off
Okay.
agenda. Sorry. But we can definitely put it on the agenda for next month.
Yeah,
And,
let's do that.
and discuss that. Okay, so moving on, committee reports, airport, do we have an airport?
Just short hand. Go ahead.
I don't see anything other than
Nothing.
a presentation.
I don't have an airport.
Yeah.
Okay. Architectural,
Morning, Francis.
In November, we approved 4 permit requests and tabled 2 more for more information. We have reviewed previous violation letters sent out and have either cleared the violations or taken further action. We have sent 2 items to the board members that hopefully we can address by next board meeting. We've reached the limit of our fees on that with no results. We would very much like to meet with the board either after one of our meetings or one of yours to hash out some of the problems that we're coming up with and how we expect us to handle them.
okay, we can do that, and we will get to you on those.
Okay, and
That's what you said.
before I sit down, there are several of us that need to leave early today. So I respectfully ask that you move items 10 and 11 up on the agenda so that we can be a part of it. Thank you.
Francis, thank you. As we're starting the year, thank you very much for spearheading the architectural committee. I very much always appreciate your work and your diligence in the architectural committee because you all do an outstanding job.
Thank you.
And for the community council.
Yeah. I just got a message from Wanda saying that hang on one second. The sound is off on the live streaming.
Thanks, Linda.
Yep.
Right, golf committee.
Nothing.
We don't have a report. Nothing was provided.
Okay. Preservation.
Okay, we met last week And we did an update on the repairs of Hickman Hall and also the service center. We also did an update on the repair of the front doors of the service center. We're going to have to put new doors in there. And what has come up that's a little bit different from what we've done in the past is because we're updating, we also have to think of our safety laws that we have in place today. So we're gonna have to put fire bars
Yeah.
on the back of those front doors, so when anybody's inside, if something terrible happens and they have to get out, they just have to push on the door. It won't be as pretty as it's been, but it's modern. We went over our agreement between the Ford and the Historical Society. And we also went ahead and discussed another article that we found at the courthouse. We went and Eva Huey and I went along, we're both on the Historical Commission, the Kinney County Historical Commission. So they just did their inspections. And so we tagged along with them to see that. I think we look really good. And that's nice to know. I had implemented a task force to check our buildings. 4 guys go out and check our buildings. I think about every 6 weeks to see if there's any maintenance or repair needed. So we've been able to really keep up on that. And they've done a good job.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, I mean, it's really been helpful. I'm not so sure that the Historical Commission does things properly with their inspections. They see, and I've this first time I've walked with them, but they seem to really nitpick things, which I don't think is proper with historic buildings. So I'm gonna contact the state and see what I can find out from them about what the process is and if they have any classes on how to do it, because I'll go take it, and do that. Also, because one of the things that came up is that we would like to meet with the board, and we voted on this, to meet with the board, our executive session, to discuss some things about the Preservation Committee. And I noticed that we're on the
Yes.
agenda. I'm not sure that going over anything with the Preservation Committee at this point is necessary. And if we could do this in executive session with you, or, at a time that everybody, y'all can be here, we can sit down like in a workshop or executive session, we'd love to do that instead.
And that's funny because I had that in my notes, and it wasn't to go over with you. It was just to kind of give the history of preservation. A lot of the members, I've had a lot of questions from members, and where does the money come
Have them
from
call
and
me.
how we got.
Have them call me. I'll be glad to talk to them about it.
Well, I'm going to give a quick overview, but it's just for informational sake.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Constance. I really appreciate all your efforts with the
Yep.
preservation.
Yes.
group.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Recycling.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I wanted to do a handout as
We-
usual.
We got the-
We have all those. Glenn.
Do you?
We're very good at recycling.
Yay, yeah, we're trying to help not put stuff in the landfill. Anyway, good morning to everybody. As you all know, I'm trying to get a forklift, and I'm hoping to get another 2,000 by next week. Waste management is very slow in paying the bills. So that means we have 5,000 for 2024. And so that adds to the $10,088 that I already have for the forklift. So I provided the board and Charlena with a list of, I can't even count them, the list of used forklifts and the number of hours that each one has on their machine. And so I'm hoping that a decision will be made soon. So,
Maybe today.
and
Maybe.
even today. Any questions?
No.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so
The
much.
forklift has not fallen off our radar.
It really has not.
I actually answered her email and
Yes,
told
I
you which ones
appreciate
I
it.
thought were good, just
Yeah,
based on the
yeah.
ones I've
Yeah.
accustomed to. Yeah.
And last evening, I was gonna give you my changes. I got Lone Star Forklift sent me 2 changes, reducing 2 of the machines by 2,000. So that was great. And since I can't give you my form, it's a Nissan that was at 18.9 is now 16.9. And this was from Lone Star. And then the Hyundai that was listed at 16.9 is now 14. So,
You've been hammering on them?
well, we talked about our, and all these companies that I have a lot of 4 new friends now. And so Lone Star, of course, is one of them. But I spent a few hours getting this list together. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Elena.
All right, election committee.
Might will defer my report for the candidate drawing.
For the candidate drawing.
Rather than come up twice.
Okay, before we jump to community council, do we want to entertain the idea of moving the agenda item?
Yeah, we just move it to number 1 and number 2.
Well,
I'm good
be
with it.
number-
Everybody else okay?
I'm
I
not gonna.
think the candidate, we should probably do, and then.
That's fine. Lost.
Does anybody else have an issue?
You have a community council report and email those?
Yes, no, but I was just saying before we did them, but when it comes to discussion and action, we would just move it up.
That's right.
Any problems? Okay.
But
So, community council.
Excuse me. Richard, I'm having a hard time seeing you. Oh, there you go.
See me now? All right, let's make it short, quick, because I do want to interested on that 10 and 11. All right, so with community council, our report, we had the hangover for New Year's Day. It was successful. 78% of our goal was $600. 78% we made. Good turnout. 4 Clark days. We still need volunteers. See potential out there. How about you, Bill? Yeah, you're good. All right, come on. Gun raffle, Tom Kovacs handling that. We had Rick Myers that won the gun. We had Chip and we had Rob Ripped. We are handling AED. We're also discussing about changing out raffle to where it's not just the guns. We're gonna go to maybe a fire pit, maybe some other item to accommodate.
Fire pit.
Kayak, pellet grill.
Yeah, just change it up because
But rifles for fall
Cool.
hunting.
So other than that, all the concerns we already discussed, we already handled it. Done. I'll report it at a community council meeting. That's my report.
Richard, Richard. Real quick, you have a 4 Clark Days meeting tomorrow, right?
Yes, 4 Clark Day tomorrow.
Where?
Here.
What time?
1:30.
Okay.
1:30.
That's the boss.
Are you all in? There is a dire need for volunteers, correct?
Yes.
Okay, because I know that all people are always interested in wanting to do something or
Where's
having
Cameron?
someone to do something.
Hey, I need some of you young ones to volunteer too. Come on now. I'm not the only one. Who else is out there?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is
Couldn't
a
agree
prime
more.
opportunity for everyone to step up, put in,
Yeah.
and if you can't actually work, well, I'm sure Fort Clark will take donations.
Yeah. Donation.
Donations to Ms. Bitters or Steve Fox. I know Steve Fox is trying to collect money. So let's attempt to make this again the best Fort Clark days. Correct? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. Don't have any email votes. So. That was last. So that brings us to the candidate draw for position on the ballot. We'll do that and then we'll move 10 and 11 up. So Miss Sandy,
I'm on my way.
did everybody hear that? Sorry.
Can we do like a game of poker or something?
No, more simple than that. I have.
Whoops, it is poker. You want the candidates up there, Miss Sandy?
Huh?
You want the candidates up there?
I will call them up in a minute. I'll do my report first. Okay, I have 5 cards. We have 5 candidates, ace through 5.
Nothing up your sleeve.
I don't know how to do that. I love close-up magic, but it won't come from me.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let me do my report first, and then we'll call everybody up. Okay. Actually, Wednesday, we're meeting, Charlena and Marisol and Cassie and I, who teach everybody administration's responsibilities in the election. Ordering envelopes, getting the ballots printed, getting the pamphlet printed, getting setting up with the post office our first class bulk rates, glue sticks, paper towels, tables, all that kind of thing we're gonna
Whiskey.
do.
Whiskey.
Scotch.
Vodka.
Excuse me. We will definitely need some help on February 5th, since we have more, excuse me, got allergies. Since we have more ballots this time that we weren't
This
expecting.
one's not.
Oh, hey, thank you. Don't have her to really powerful
That's a strong
toss
push.
there.
Thank you, John, for your donation.
Excuse me. The sound is better.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll try this again. On the 5th, because that is the day we count out envelopes, put labels on ballots, check them against the list, and I've been formally inviting all former directors to volunteer to help us do this. Because they've got experience with that. And so that would mean Bill Herman, Chris Race, Debbie Isaacs, Linda O'Brien. Come forward, please. Then reminding candidates that they must supply at least 2 people to help stuff ballots on February 7th. That'll give us 10 people. We're gonna need additional volunteers, another 5 to 10 because of the extra ballots. We want to make sure we get everything to the post office on the 7th, at all possible. And a reminder to all of our members, please change or your address or verify your address to make sure that by January 29th, your address, your name, everything to do with your membership is correct. Because the state 60-day date is January 29th. We will print the list shortly thereafter. And if you want to get your ballot, make sure, check with the office. I have to repeat this over and over again because we had an excess number of returned ballots last year for address failure. So we want to make sure if you want to vote, make sure that you contact admin, talk to membership services and make sure it's correct. Okay. We'll constantly remind our members of that, ballots go out and afterwards. Okay, let's call in our 5 candidates: Aaron Mendias, Sharon Wolf, Lisa Vale, Tony Hackville, and Warren Thompson. Here, please.
Sandy, before we do that, I want to say, I'm sorry, didn't mean to scare you. Before we do that, I want to take a point of personal privilege and make an observation. Since my time on the board, we have made a tremendous amount of progress. And this is not a stump speech, don't misunderstand. We've made a tremendous amount of progress in spite of those efforts to undermine us that many of you are aware of or you've heard about. Not sure that the story is quite straight with you. But I want to tell you, and I want to tell you, candidate, that being on the board of directors at Fort Clark changes your perspective. In fact, it poisons your perspective. I still love Fort Clark. I own property here. I don't live on Fort Clark, and I have a full-time job. So this takes an effort, and I commend those of you that have been volunteers and done quite a bit for Fort Clark, and it's wonderful to see people get excited about it and become active in this effort. But it's a struggle, particularly for someone like myself that does not live on Fort Clark and has a full-time job. I have not told my wife that I was re-upping, and the deceit is killing me. So what I want to say to you is I have loved doing what I've done and love participating, and I don't intend to go away, but I am formally withdrawing my name on the ballot. And I wish those of you that are going forward with this the best of luck. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Understood. And I want to thank the election committee because they worked hard on recruitment. And believe me, it's not easy.
Incidentally, until my term expires, I'll get back to working with the election
Okay,
committee.
and I'm sure that'll make Memo very happy.
Yeah. Thank you.
No, Memo did it, what, the year before last, and he was an extraordinary monitor, so. Okay, so I'm gonna call you up in this order. This is the order in which you turned your things into the office, and they were accepted by admin. Except that the one person that had to clear his deed was last. So we got that one last. Okay, Aaron, draw a card. Okay, show it to everybody. It's he's number one on the ballot. Somebody, I didn't bring a pen up here. Somebody, Marisol.
Hey, we're not playing poker, just so you know.
Should have rolled up my sleeve.
Let's put it face up. There we go. All right, so Aaron is number one on the ballot. Sharon Wolf. Okay, that's the last. That's the last one. No, I mean, we're just gonna take this one away because we don't have 5 people. Oh. So redraw.
Wow.
3. Okay, Sharon is third on the ballot. Lisa. Oh, yeah. Let's take a look. 2. All right, Lisa is 2 on the ballot. And Warren. Thank you.
Hey, we can play poker, Warren.
And Warren is 4th on the ballot. Okay, so that worked out pretty much good. Okay, now, I have the 250 word summaries. I need those from. Okay, there's Sharon.
Do you want us to email them digitally?
You can email them digitally to you or to Marisol.
Marisol.
Okay, Better tell them what your.
Have you worked on that nickname?
No.
I'll wait till y'all are ready.
Okay,
Marisol, they want to.
Executive.secretary@fortclark.com.
okay, this is yours, Lisa.
Oh, I didn't put my name on there, sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, you did.
But I would like it if you all copied me.
Warren Thompson. Okay, I don't have Aaron's. The reason I asked for paper copies is I have to actually check them and count the words. Okay, is this whole thing yours?
At the bottom's a paragraph. That's just the form I turned in.
Okay,
So
you state, okay, all right, so just the bottom part. Everything. Okay. Also, hang loose after the meeting, please, because you'll have your photos taken. And the photos will go on a pamphlet that goes along with the ballot so that the members can associate face with your words. And let me check here. Do I have any questions from the candidates?
I have one question, it's one question. The question is, what are you estimating right now as to how much it's gonna cost the membership to run this election?
I don't know yet because we don't know, we don't have a count from Gabby and we'll need to get that count Wednesday.
I have it, so I can give it to you.
Okay.
Yep, I've got it.
I don't know. It
What was
depends.
it last year, do you remember?
No, not often.
So it's gonna be a lot more with the charter members.
Yeah.
Or the non-performing,
Not
non-performing,
charters. they're
non-performing,
charters. Yeah.
my mistake.
Yeah, they're, you know,
I think
yeah, I don't know. I won't know, when we get postage to value on it. So.
Okay.
So this isn't a question, but just a comment. There'll be the forum, the candidate forum.
Oh,
On February 8th here in the boardroom at 10. So, and it's strict with timings, you know, like it was last year, but people think of your questions for the candidates, not regarding things that are going on in the fort that they don't have personal control over, but questions about their vision, that sort of thing. So February 8th, plan to, you come in.
Alicia, who's gonna moderate that
I
forum?
am.
Okay, thank you very much.
is this a community council or just a separate?
Community council.
Okay.
Community council.
That should be put in dispatch, exactly what you require. If you work
Yeah,
with them.
I think they're talking to, Vanessa and Kathy right now.
The invitation for it, for the candidates will go out on Monday,
Okay.
as well as the notification on dispatch for everybody.
Great.
Thank you. I was gonna ask about that.
Thank you.
There's another quick-
Is this gonna be online too?
This,
No.
People that cannot attend?
Don't think so. Not to my knowledge.
No.
I mean, I don't know how you would. Talk to Ed. No,
Where they're at.
we'll have to ask Ed. But we've got like an hour.
I'm pretty sure Adam would be more than willing to do it.
Okay.
Oh, thanks for your donation, Adam.
Any other questions?
I'll pay him.
So I know we need to move forward. Any other questions?
I just want to make one final statement. Thank you so much to the candidates that are stepping up to serve Fort Park Springs. You'll survive. I've been here 4 years. It'll work out. No worries.
No, you'll survive. I was on the board on and off a total of 6 and I'm still alive and I still have my same friends. So we're good. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Thank
Sandy.
What doesn't carry makes it stronger, though.
That's what Kelly Clarkson says.
Yes, Bill?
Why don't you put a notice out that people who cannot be here send in their question?
Well, that's something that you can recommend to community council. Yeah. Okay, so we are moving item number 10. I hope that people that didn't want to sit for the whole meeting don't show up later. I know very dinner. Board member breach of fiduciary duty. And that item was requested by John.
Yes. Morning again. It's not lost on me. There's probably some confusion and a lot of questions. I'm the one that requested it. And I have a prepared statement here that I've worked on pretty hard and given this a lot of thought. So if you'll bear with me, I'll get through it here, and obviously we'll have time for questions and debate amongst board members here. Let me start off by saying it's unfortunate that we must be here today talking about this, but I feel it necessary that we do to accomplish two things. One, that I'm not complicit in any other board member's bad behavior, and two, that the membership knows what's going on. Has to decide whether you think this is who they elected to the board. And earlier, Jason stated, and I completely agree, that no one should be threatened. I've not taken this decision lightly. The easy thing for me to do would have been to not bring this to the open session, but rather to continue giving Mr. Long a limited number of chances. I want to keep the peace, but I will not sacrifice my own belief in what is right and wrong in order to avoid conflict. Also, since I've held other members accountable for their actions in open session, it would not be fair for the association for me to not address this publicly. As many of you know, several times over the course of the last 2 years, my wife has been after us about caring for our neighbors. And I thought really long and hard about how that applies to the situation. Jason Long is my fellow director, and as a fellow member of this community, he is also my neighbor. Do I hold any personal animosity towards Mr. Long? Absolutely not. Have I spent hours upon hours coaching and trying to mentor Mr. Long as he filled his role as director and treasurer on the board? Absolutely yes. And it's not just me. Several other board members have stepped into the mentor role with Mr. Long along the way at great length. Also, as a group, we've, when appropriate, in executive session, we've addressed numerous issues specific to Mr. Long's behavior and choices, always deferring to coaching and mentoring Mr. Long in hopes of improvement. Some of you may be wondering, if it has been going on that long, and if the issues are that serious, why is the membership just now hearing about it? Speaking only for myself, in all those prior instances, I truly believe that it was the best for the association and its members for Mr. Long to grow into his role as director, and I felt it benefited the membership more to have continuity of the board of directors, since we've all experienced the turmoil from a board turnover and from resignations. However, there comes a time when enough is enough. What I believe is the best for the association is the board of directors, general manager, and the membership that work together to move this place forward. That doesn't mean we all have to agree. However, running off contractors, bad-mouthing employees, members, and directors hurts the association and its members. Before I dig into the specifics, I want to start off by making sure we're all working with the same set of facts and definitions. Fiduciary care means, and let me be very clear, Mr. Long is not even remotely accused of mishandling any funds, nor do I think he ever would. Fiduciary care means a person who holds a legal or ethical relationship of trust with one or more parties. In this case, it has nothing to do with money. But since Jason Long is the director and treasurer, it's even more important that the treasurer does have our trust, which happens to be probably the most expensive commodity in the world, trust. Secondly, ordinary care, which we have to follow because we're governed by the business code in the state of Texas. Ordinary care is also known as reasonable care. It's a level of care that is reasonable, that a reasonable person would take in a similar situation. In summation, if a situation of your actions are not deemed reasonable, then you've been deemed negligent. Since Mr. Long has been appointed, then elected to the board, there have been many incidents with employees, contractors, and fellow board members. There are too many to mention today, so I'm only pointing out a few incidents that have occurred and done harm to the association, specifically the most recent incidents that fall under lack of fiduciary care and ordinary care. First, as several of you may know and have noticed, that on the months ago, on the agenda was conduct of a board member. This was from an incident on October 10th at the pool, where we received 2 written reports from employees that stated Mr. Long, along with 3 other members, were instructed to leave the pool area for evening lockdown. Upon the request from the security guard, Mr. Long asked the security guard to make the rest of his run first and come back to give Mr. Long more time to exit the pool area. When this request was denied, Mr. Long got in the face of the security guard and used derogatory language and said that he was a board member multiple times. In the process, he exhibited unreasonable behavior, doing harm to the association by not being the moral compass that the board must set the example to be. In an email to the board following the incident, he stated, "I was out of line and acknowledged my behavior. Acknowledged my behavior does not reflect the standards expected of me as a board member, and I can assure you this will never happen again." On November 27th, Mr. Long told privileged and unnecessarily hurtful information to an employee that resulted in the employee quitting before an agreed upon date. that resulted in Mrs. Cavender having to take care of the billing and accounts for 3 weeks, not being able to focus on anything else while this was getting handled and under control. This affected ACH billing and numerous other accounts during this period. This was completely unnecessary, and any reasonable person would have known that by divulging this information to an employee, that it would have an adverse effect on the association. We can prove a monetary and time expense to the association as a result of this behavior, and what is somewhat unquantifiable, as is in the case of the pool incident, it is the damage Mr. Long inflicts on the employee morale. Third, on December 10th, Mr. Long told General Manager, and I think this needs to be fleshed out a little bit, our general manager is our executive officer. It's one thing if a board member is talking to their friend or their wife and they make a comment out of frustration. It's an entirely different scenario. And if you went and read our documents, it'd become very crystal clear when you divulge information to our executive officer. Mr. Long told our general manager that if a particular board member was reelected, quote, he was going to make her life a living hell, end quote. We are a governing board. All major decisions get made by all 5 of us. No member of this board has more power than another. To threaten to disrupt the systems in which the Fort Clark Springs Board of Directors operates is to threaten the very existence of the board and the association. This is a serious breach of fiduciary care and unreasonably exhibited by Mr. Long, who has taken an oath of service to the association and its structure. Fourth, on December 13th, Mr. Long told our general manager that he would not be going to our December meeting because he thought, quote, I do not want to go to the meeting because I think the vision traction stuff is stupid and a waste of time. I think I might have to be sick tomorrow, so I don't have to go to the meeting, end quote. Once again, this violates the fiduciary care of the association, Mr. Long putting himself first instead of the best interest of the association, which no reasonable person would do. This not only violated the oath Mr. Long took, but also disrespected a volunteer that had taken time out of their schedule to also serve the association in leading the effort for a goal-setting meeting. Mr. Long did text the board 26 minutes prior to the board meeting to inform us he would not be coming, citing an illness. Fifth, months ago, when we were having budget discussions, we decided to have a workshop in private with our new general manager. This was not to be secretive, but rather allow a free space for all of us to talk across all planes of the association without regard for the sensitive nature of employees and contracts, in order to give the general manager a solid understanding of the inner workings of the association so that she could prepare a draft budget. After the new GM was able to draft the budget, our plan was always to present it to the public for review and questions, make any changes if needed, and then move forward with the approval process. Mr. Long did not agree with this and is the only board member that did not. After his protest, he stated that he would not stir anything up on Facebook. Later that evening, he did just that by stating that he did not support the majority decision of the board to have the first meeting in private. The results were more negative feedback, along with other members being misled by Mr. Long's actions, throwing their hat in the ring, and continued the cycle of vitriol. The only part of our documents that we are required to sign when we are oriented to the board is the Code of Ethics. I would argue that the most important code is respect and support, and this is very important for everybody that's running, that's talking to a friend. Support the majority decision of the board. Mr. Long's actions once again did harm to the association, and I would not consider it to be a reasonable action of a board member. Lastly, I want to share 2 other quotes that show the lack of decorum and civility that's required to be on this board and successfully govern this association. First, in a recent email referring to the going-ons of the election, Mr. Long stated, quote, if by some miracle you are reelected, I will likely lose all faith in this place and its members, end quote. Once again, showing how unreasonable Mr. Long is in this instance. Secondly, he has shared with me and RGM that, quote, if Tony and Lisa were reelected, that I will most likely resign, end quote. There is a very clear pattern here of what happens when Mr. Long does not get his way. This is not who we are. This behavior is not ethical, and it's not becoming of a board member. Our number one goal as the board has been to stop negativity and fighting and backstabbing that has persisted for years. I hope that what I've presented you today, and its memo would say those in TV land, can see that we've worked hard to understand each other's differences and be as civil to each other as possible so that we as board members set the example for others to follow. In the past, we have called a handful of members to the mat for their negative, false contributions to the association because they were wrong and because we have set core values for ourselves. These include accountability, communication, continuous improvement, integrity, and transparency. If we are going to hold the membership and the employees to this standard, then we must hold ourselves to this standard. That is why I'm here today, to shine a light on the ongoings of the board and in effect that affect the association. Since Mr. Long has joined the board, we have been threatened with lawsuits as a result of his actions and behavior, had multiple employees verbally give reports of misconduct by Mr. Long, and in addition, have 4 written reports of misconduct. We have had many other instances of turbulence when Mr. Long has not gotten his way. And to put it in perspective for you, not all other board members combined even have 1 case of misconduct. Now, I really want everybody to just think. I want everybody to think about this for a second, because it's really hard for anybody to put themselves in our shoes, and those that have served on the board can completely understand what I'm saying when I say that. So I just want to give everybody a dose of perspective. I want you to think about something. Would it be okay for the summation of this, what I've synopsis of what I've presented? Would it be okay for the entire board to act like this? Would it be okay for the entire board to have multiple incident reports? Would it be okay for the entire board to disrespect employees, members, and fellow directors? And if it's not okay, then is it okay for 1 board member to act like this? I hope that the membership understands why I felt it important to get this out in the open. And I pray that if I've made a mistake in doing so, that I get your forgiveness, as well as the board's. I have nothing, absolutely nothing against Mr. Long. But I took an oath to this association to stand up for what's right, and one that's cost me significantly. And I take it very seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Does anybody else have anything they would like to say?
Well, I think, yeah.
Hold on.
Okay.
It saddens me that we are at this place. And I too love this association. And we're not always going to agree. The membership isn't always going to agree with our decisions. I mean, it would be a really weird world if we were always all on the same page. But we do have to respect one another. And this is hard. You know, I hate that we're here. I don't have animosity toward Mr. Long. But I agree with it coming to the front, because it is not who we are. And it is not who we want to be. And this is not our community. This is not how we want to act. Like you said, our core values are to, we hold ourselves accountable. We've held membership accountable. We expect you to hold us accountable. And I don't know what else to say to that, other than I just hate that we're in this place.
I would like to say that it has been extremely disappointing to me to have to endure what I perceive, and I think what others have perceived, is consistent attempts at undermining what this board is trying to accomplish. And the reason I feel that that has been done is because have been numerous times when it was clear that the board voted a certain way, but because it was not consistent with what Mr. Long wanted to see happen, instead of following his oath and our code of ethics by simply supporting that the board had made that decision, he went above and beyond to find ways to stir the pot amongst the membership and certain individuals that are a little louder than others. You know, I've made a lot of friends since I've been on this board and been involved with Fort Clark, and I cherish the friendship of all of you that I have become friends with. But without a doubt, there is a very small contingency of individuals who happen to be very loud. And I don't fault them for doing that. That you're certainly entitled to free speech and to say what you wish. But I'm convinced that Mr. Long has worked in ways not to simply support the decision of the board. He doesn't have to like it, but to support it. And if he's against it, bring it to the public forum where we can debate it and then we make our decisions. But I'm perfectly satisfied that that's not how he operates. And it's been extremely disappointing. It's been very trying. It's troublesome. And I know John has expressed to you that he spent time with Jason. I too spent time with Jason, not trying to convince him to think my way. Far be it from me to try to convince anyone to think my way. I have an opinion. I respect the opinions of all of these folks that are on the board, and I respect certainly the opinions of the membership. But to go above and beyond to undermine and be as counterproductive as he has been, that's something that you don't know about unless you're serving on the board. Of course, you do hear about it in rumors on Facebook lot owners, which incidentally I removed myself from. There are other social media avenues that have been used, but it's extremely disappointing to me. And I certainly respect John for having the courage to bring this forward. I want to be judged for my conduct, and I think everyone else should be as well.
Thank you, John.
Statement then? Well, everyone, I love this place. I wake up every morning trying to do things to make it better. Am I passionate? Apparently. Do I have many dissenting opinions? Absolutely. Am I going to quit the board? No, absolutely not. Are we going to have at least one new director? Yes, maybe two. So if the will of the board is to remove you from treasurer, I respectfully ask that there's only 2 meetings left in this term. And at that time, maybe make a decision on who's the treasurer or is or is not going to be in March. And yes, I did say that I was negative to the vision tracker. Not necessarily in principle, but because I very much feel that we should have a budget for restricted funds. I have not seen any budget or anything of that nature to decide how we can best make our capital improvements, which in my opinion is exactly what the vision tracker is about. Maybe I'm wrong. Did I say I was going to make Lisa's life miserable? Yeah, I was very frustrated. Am I planning on doing that? No. What am I going to do to her? Send an email? So yeah, that's where we're at. I very much love being the treasurer, and anyone that's been on this board knows it's extremely difficult and challenging to deal with the myriad of issues we face here, leadership issues, running this place issues, lack of, all the things that built up over the years that we're trying to solve. And I'm going to stay here and do the best I can. Thank you.
Thank you.
You know what, you know what's important to me about that, Jason? And this is, we're discussing this as a board, and I'm sure some of the members are gonna have comments to make. But the last time we tried to address some conduct of yours, we gave you an opportunity to apologize to the membership for that conduct. You stood up and gave the weakest apology that I have ever seen in my life. And in fact, it was confusing to everyone. They had no idea what you were talking about. And you glossed over it. I'd like to know whether you admit to having done those things that John has identified.
Do I admit to every single detail you said? No. I mean, the general idea that, yes, I've had a lot of dissenting opinions, I've sent some emails, said some negative things. Absolutely. I have done that. You know, and one of the things he said was that I caused an employee to quit. Let's be clear, that employee had already resigned and had absolutely nothing to do with me at that time. So she decided to resign on her previous 2 weeks' notice and not just quit out of nowhere. She had reasons before. In fact, I have a letter from that employee stating that her reasons to quit were absolutely nothing to do with me. She asked her to be entered into the minutes of this meeting. There it is. That's ma'am. Thank you.
So it's more than, it's just coincidental that she decided to quit after you went and talked.
She had already resigned and left on the day of her original resignation. So that's the difference than I just went in and spoke to someone that was happy working here and caused her to quit. She left a couple of weeks earlier, but then what she had agreed to stay longer. She did not quit because of me. And there's a letter from her stating that. So you can.
I didn't want to have to say anything.
Let me go first, Charlene.
Okay.
I think we have to unpack,
Use your microphone.
I think we have to unpack a little bit of what's being said there. There's a chance that saying that did not make the employee quit. There's that chance. That's what we were told. That's what we understood. I believe that might be what Miss Charlena Cavender is going to tell you in a second. And in the moment, you know, people can say things and change their minds and realize that maybe it's not the best thing to say or do. But the principle still remains that privileged information that was harmful and unnecessary was shared with another employee. That anybody that was reasonable would not have shared that information because they would have known at 51 years old that this would be damning and that it would hurt the other person. And that principle cannot be deferred regardless of the outcome of it. So the harm of the situation may somewhat be removed or diminished, but it does not remove the principle of the matter.
I mean, what was actually said was that I was told that this employee had been complaining quite a bit. And my comment when I spoke to her, why are you leaving? She said, I said, well, you must be unhappy here because I've heard you be complaining. And that's the truth of it. I had no malicious intent in that. I just wanted to know why. What was her problem? I know her personally. So, in that conversation, yes.
I don't believe that.
Well, you called me a liar quite a few times, sir, so continue.
I think,
Yeah, I guess.
I think the letter should be read. Somebody should be, the letter.
Well, you can read it if you want to read that one.
We'll go ahead.
So Gracie had given me her 2 weeks notice. She was gonna retire. We had a nice long talk. And then she remembered that Cindy was gonna have an operation. And she goes, oh, do you want me to stay until the 17th of December when she's supposed to come back? And I said, that would be really nice if you did that, and I'd really appreciate it. the day after Thanksgiving, she didn't come to work. And I didn't know what was going on. So I texted her. I said, hey, what's going on? She said, good morning. I am officially retired. After talking to Jason, it's best that I retired officially, just like my letter said. Thank you and have a blessed rest of the year. Wish you the best for the upcoming year. I am out of town. So that left me with no training, no idea what she was doing, no idea what bills were paid, nothing. And oh yeah,
Yeah, it's Kinney.
so I'm just reading you what she texted me. It's right here. And that's all I know.
Well, you know, it would be nice if we had some standard operating procedures written, so when people leave, someone would know what to do. But I thought we were gonna have those done, but now we're just now starting to get them done. So that's a completely separate issue.
I'd like to read the letter. Yes. Yes, I plan on reading it. Thank you. To whom it may concern, my name is Gracie Mata, and I worked in the accounting department before resigning my position. I want to make it clear that my decision to resign was due to a hostile environment, which was negatively affecting my ability to enjoy my work. Director Jason Long, who has always been supportive, asked me about my reasons for leaving. I explained the issues with the hostile environment, but in no way did this conversation influence my decision to resign. My resignation retirement date had already been stated in the notice I gave, and my decision to leave was made independently. Jason Long did not cause my departure, and I believe it's unfair to blame him for the resignation. As a charting member in good standing for decades, I respectfully request that this letter be entered in the minutes of the next board meeting. Sincerely, Gracie Mata. So, I don't know what to say to that. She said both things.
I don't know. But I can be honest. May I be honest about them?
Yes.
No. Yes. No. He's not. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. If you have something
Yeah.
to say.
Use your mic.
Yeah, you see that. I'm a very transparent person, and I've been a manager in for the military communities and my previous jobs. There were some challenges that I addressed, as a manager does, and sometimes, unfortunately, people don't like that when that happens. And I do feel that maybe Gracie did not take that well. Some people don't. I've dealt with that before, but there were things that weren't getting done, and I had to pick up the slack and set it up with people. Could that be it? I don't know. But I always have had an open door. Always tell them, and you can ask any employee. I am not scared of any of you to talk to any of my employees. I am very open. I'm very kind. My phone is always available, no matter what time of day it is. I'm trying to do a very good job of making a team. And sometimes things don't work out. But, what she wrote there, what is on my phone, it's kind of contradicts each other. But again, pure transparency.
Charlene, how many times did any of the employees, including Gracie, complain to you about Jason abusing them verbally throughout the day?
Multiple, and that included Gracie.
Yes. I can share with you that she said to me, I wish Jason would not come into our office. He's demanding, he's abusive, and he thinks that we just work for him.
Yes. She had said that to me. And then I did talk to Jason and asked him to please not go in there because the girls didn't want them to be in there. And that included Cindy and Gracie because they were always in the back. And so he respected that.
Have I
But then-
made significant efforts to not bother staff or
You have.
anything?
You have.
Almost zero.
Yeah.
I rarely ask them for anything. I need the bank statements for the treasury report. I need something. And to say that I was abusive to them is a bit excessive without a context or specific quote of what I was doing.
I was simply using the words that were used to me. So the last time that we addressed this with you, Jason, you conceded and said, okay, I'm gonna change my life.
far as I'm concerned, it doesn't work anymore.
After I apologize for that, I know you're not satisfied with my apology, but in fact, I did dispatch a written apology to everyone that sees the dispatch. So after the incident at the pool, what is it that I've done to employees after that time? After I apologized after that, what is it?
Yeah, I don't think that it's a satisfaction of apology or not. It's a dissatisfaction of change.
After I made the apology, is there more employee issues that I have abused anyone or done such after that time? That was the one time incident with security. I asked them for 15 minutes so that we could clear the pool area, and it didn't go well. I apologized to him. I offered to apologize to the entire staff. I dispatched the entire membership, and I apologized in here, which part of that was not good enough. I guess the shortened version that I said in my treasury report in the meeting. But after that occurrence, I don't think there's any evidence of me doing anything with any employees. I mean,
I don't want us to drag this out, but
Hopefully the public blogging is over with.
Maybe.
I don't want you to overachieve.
yeah.
Make a decision.
Yeah. Can we speak?
I think that'd be good.
I don't,
Let people speak and then
I think it's sad you're having
Yeah.
a discussion about
Right.
this in an open session.
I
because
agree.
we need to Be here. And unfortunately, what Charlene has exposed is how weak the accounting system is, that you don't have anyone cross-trained.
We can spend a few minutes on questions or comments.
You need to come up. You need to come up.
Can
Can y'all come up here, please? We're on TV land.
I just have one comment. I'm wondering if the board is approaching this exactly the correct way. It does not seem that the question in hand is Jason's ability as treasurer. And the proposal that's being discussed is removing him as treasurer. That seems like he is doing a very good job as treasurer. And that does not seem to be the thing in question. Now, my understanding, if you feel that there's action needed, and I'm not saying I'm in favor of this because I'm actually not, but it's his performance as a board member, not as a treasurer, that is being questioned. And from my understanding, someone serving on the board and being removed, that's a question of the membership. Yes, yes. So is removing him as treasurer actually the appropriate intervention here? The question seems to be, is his performance as a board member, not as a treasurer? It's just a comment, like I said, and I'm not saying I'm in favor of him being removed. I think he's done, in my opinion, for the little I know of the treasury and the accounting system, he seems like he's done a lot of good things. And so is removal of him from that position actually the appropriate act?
That's a great question. And I requested both of the items to be put on there. And I think the problem here is that we have failed through the course of a year, a little over a year, to find proper avenues for consequences for misconduct. So nothing that we have done, including hours and hours of mentoring and talking and just saying, man, you got to chill out. Like, we want to work together. We have to work together. And the outbursts, the undermining, all of these things that have taken place, we're very limited in the consequences that we can apply towards another board member. And this is one of the very few ones that we can do. Now, you're right about the membership. And I think I wanted to hear what everybody had to say. I still intend to do that. But because you asked both questions, essentially, is that I think after I hear from a few more of you, that I intend to make a motion to have Jason Long on the ballot for removal as a board member. Because I tend to agree with you, he's not a bad treasurer. He has done a lot to make treasurer better. But I've come at an impasse in my moral compass to where I don't trust Mr. Long, because it's impossible for you to understand where we sit. We deal with emails every day, the battle, how much that me and my family have contributed, and it gets disrespected repeatedly. And not only that, but I have to see the disrespect that floats among the board. So I've tried to think of what's fair. I'm a very, very, very fair person. I try to always be fair and figure out, navigate what might be best or most reasonable. And in this case, and there's already been a couple people mention it, what's reasonable is for the membership to decide. And I think for the membership to decide, which is why this is being done in open session, they have to have information. And I will honor anything that this membership asks me to do. Anything that you ask me to do, I'm here to be of service. I will honor your request. But I think the only way to honor your request is to make a motion for him to be on the ballot for removal, which we can do. The board or 10% can initiate that process. And at the annual meeting, the ballot will be read. Yet, the majority of ups and downs on removal will determine whether Mr. Long stays on the board. And the membership would truly decide. Because we are ineffective. And I know for a fact that I have spent hours talking to him. I like Mr. Long. That is not what's in question here. As a board member, we have to conduct ourselves a very specific and narrow set of ways to be efficient and to be able to govern. And I take that very seriously. I don't agree with Mr. Long all the time, but I always like him. And at the end of the day, and we had a very private conversation for 2 hours the other day. It's not right. Lisa spent time mentoring. I don't even want to ask Memo how long he spent talking to him, and Tony spent dozens of hours talking to him and trying to mentor him through this process because he's combative, and that's okay. But Einstein made a very one of Einstein's most famous quotes is, intelligence is measured by your ability to change. And everybody sitting in this room has been forced to change for some reason. Childbirth, job change, fire, hurricane. We've all been forced to change and adapt. And ultimately, our words are not working. There has to be an incident forcing to change, the change, in my opinion. But I will do as what the membership asked me to do.
Well, I oppose any recall motion on the ballot. Come on, just as we went through it 5 years ago, and just tore the place apart. The election's coming up. Let the people vote. Race, come up, Mr. Race,
If you're gonna
please.
speak, please come out to the microphone.
You know what I said, I oppose.
He opposes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we prefer you come up to the mic. It's a big help, just whatever your feelings are, come on up.
I was under the impression that this was to remove me from treasurer, and I will argue that the agenda specifically says removal as an officer, not removal as a director from the entire board. So
It says fiduciary care, violation of fiduciary care of board member. The result action item of that would be a motion made.
our agendas are typically quite.
So what would be the result of board member breach of fiduciary duty? That we just talk about it and walk out the door, or that there's an action item?
I mean, have I had a formal write-up on any of these things? The only one thing that I've actually been called on was the pool incident, and I was asked to, where's the
There's
report?
2 more incidences that came from the bar a while back. I don't want to get into that. I do not want to bring that into this argument and this discussion. But if you want me to,
I'm not trying to get into that, but was I disrespectful to the bar staff? That was my behavior at the bar.
that's not the point. The point is, it's still an incident report. You were a grown man and you put yourself in that position.
Yes, I did have someone with me at the bar I argued with him a bit. And they asked, said, hey, chill out. And then we say, okay, sorry, and that was the end of it. As a matter of fact, that bar incident was not brought to my attention until you mentioned it to me 3 weeks after it happened. I had no knowledge of this. As a matter of fact, members were telling me, hey, were you kicked out of the bar? I said, what? Absolutely not. Because I was not asked to leave the bar. I was not belligerent to any employees. I did not say, I'm a director and I need to do this. Yes, I was speaking loudly with someone else. And they said something they probably shouldn't have. The report does not say that I was cursing or really out of line, that I raised my voice almost to the point of yelling. And when approached by the staff, we quickly cut it back. And then that was it. And then they served me another shot. So if I was drunk or crazy in the bar, then I would have been asked to leave. And I would not have been served more alcohol after we had this discussion. And that I don't want to get into it either because I don't feel like it's necessary. But
Well, you just did.
yeah,
And you're giving your side of the story, and there's more to it than that, and we didn't want to approach it. I know you're disgruntled, and I'm sorry about that. But what the membership doesn't really understand is the day-to-day interaction that we have with Jason. The things that he says to and about other members of the board, the things that he has said about the membership being ignorant
okay,
and don't need to know about certain things that we discuss.
that's another agenda item, but I'll address it now. Thank you. Yes, and then one of the further items down is to put a straw poll about the research study. Did I say that the majority of the membership is woefully ignorant? I didn't say they were stupid. Ignorant means uninformed. Are they? Yes. Are the people in here informed? Some of you guys are, but before I got on the board, I didn't even know there was a board in here. All I cared about is running around the woods with my dog and climbing trees and throwing sticks. So it's my opinion that most of them. That's why people are elected. So I know what the president needs to do. Some things, but I'm not in there. I'm not studying it. So woefully ignorant is not an insult. It's not. It means uninformed, not insulting the membership. I love the membership. You think I would be spending my time day in and day out trying to get things done here and arguing with people because I sometimes dissent? Absolutely not. I love this place and obviously I love the membership or I wouldn't spend my time on this thing.
Oh, I just want to clarify before Curtis speaks. According to the agenda, I understood it was to remove him as treasurer, not to vote him off. I didn't come in here to vote to put him on a ballot. That's not on the agenda, so that I don't think that should be the correct record.
Are you saying that I can't make a motion for something, Memo?
Go ahead.
Okay. Curtis. Good morning.
Still morning.
Yeah, I was just checking. This is, I applaud the board for trying to be transparent. Unfortunately, what happens is that no matter what you all do, half of the membership or a portion of a vocal portion of the membership are going to be upset. That's fine. You're not going to satisfy everybody. And these kind of he said, she said things are never satisfactorily resolved. Okay. When you supervise people, you have to put up with the totality of their behavior. And over a period of time, if you constantly have to go to somebody and correct them and adjust them, whatever else, you have to make a decision. Seems to me that the board is there. If you're going to do that, do that. If you want to maintain open comments and have other people give their opinion, I think that's great. But at some point, you all need to pull the trigger. And in my mind, removal from the treasury position is supported by John Statement. I've heard a couple of people already say, "Oh, well, he's being a fine treasurer." He's done some good things, getting us interest, recommending that we pay things ahead of time. Those are good. That's fantastic. But it's the totality of it, and that's what John laid out. Is that if his behavior whether it's doing treasury things or not, has an impact to the fort financially, that's fiduciary responsibility. So you guys need to make that decision. Okay, and I'm for that. As far as making a motion for removal or for placing on the ballot, I think that's up to you guys. Run your meeting the way you want to run the meeting. If you don't want to vote on that particular amendment or that particular, I'm sorry, it's not the phrase I want, that particular motion, to vote against it, that's fine. But we're trying to solve world peace here. We started out with talking about fiduciary responsibility, and now we're all over. So I would like to thank you guys for addressing something that is difficult. I hear a lot of talk on the board about we need to have transparency. Well, now that we have transparency, all of a sudden I'm hearing we don't need to be talking about this. So you got to kind of make up your mind what you want. Okay, so that's my comments. I appreciate the fact that you guys are in a tough position. This is not easy for anybody. Sausage making never is. Thank you very much.
Thank you here. Hi.
Hand.
You want to go first? Okay, go ahead. Um, my name is Brittany Wiley, and I'm a member. I sat back there and really hesitated on whether or not I should get up because I am married to John Wiley, and the instinct is going to be not to give me credit for what I have to say in my experience because of who I'm married to. But that's not fair to me as a human being and as a dedicated volunteer to this association. So, on two instances, one which was not mentioned, as a volunteer, I was directly affected by Jason Long's actions. So, one of the ones that was mentioned was the Vision Traction Organizer meeting. And I wish, those commercials where you see flag on the play and they rewind, the videotape of the husband and the wife arguing or whatever. I wish we could do that in this moment because it would be really great to go back and hear your response. So you didn't deny the fact that you thought it was a waste of time. Setting goals for our organization, something that hasn't been done in writing in a very long time. Things that we can work towards, things that this board is accountable to, that our general manager is accountable to. That you, the membership, can hold them to and say, what are the numbers? How are we making a difference? What is it that you're doing? Okay, I'm going to argue, and this is my personal opinion, that that's extremely important. If we could rewind the tape and recall what Jason said in response to that, it was very deflective. He didn't argue that those things are important. He didn't argue that he had decided in advance not to show up and participate. He threw out some rabbit trail about, well, there's not a certain budget in place. So that's my first comment. My second experience goes way back to when Mr. Peterson was still the GM. So you all may remember that we have a new website design. What happened leading up to that was, my understanding is that Mr. Jason Long upset the previous website designer.
I just want to interrupt you real quick. It was Mr. Kriminger. It was after Peterson.
Mr. Kriminger, I apologize.
That's all right.
Okay. So it's been a long time, and I have 2 young children, and I dedicate a lot of time to this association. So I apologize for misremembering which GM. It wasn't Miss Charlena. So I want to say that what the result of that, of the conversations that he had with that contractor, led to threats of a lawsuit. And we had a choice. And I was asked to step in to help because we were either going to have no website at all, or we had to come up with a new design really quickly. And I mean, I had to do it in less than 72 hours. So there was an employee that was employed that I asked for support from. And I also asked for the support of Mr. Jason Long. He said, I'll do it, but I need help. I did not get the help that I asked for from the employee, and I got no help from Mr. Long. I did it myself. I remained quiet. I didn't complain. I put the association first, and I don't regret it. And I am not holding a grudge about it, but I do think it's just another example that should be presented of actions that were taken by Mr. Long that caused harm to the association. And luckily, I managed to figure out how to make the time to fix it. And none of y'all knew about it until today. So how many other things did we not know about that happened? Some have been presented today, and there's a lot of deflecting going on. What I didn't hear was any sincere apologies, just arguments about why it didn't really matter. And then I did want to make a comment regarding it's he said, she said.
No, that is not me who
Yeah,
said that.
I said that. I said what I'm hearing is somebody said to me, and somebody said to me, and I know how that goes because I've already had people come to me and say, you said this and I didn't. And so we need.
Are you referring specifically to the experience that I shared, or
No,
you
no, I'm
referring to
talking about
Gracie?
overall.
My presentation is direct quotes. It's not he said, she said anything. Every single thing in there is backed up by emails, text messages. 100%. I can prove every single inch of everything that I said.
Are the emails to board members supposed to be private? If he's just talking to you guys and he's frustrated.
That's a great question.
And they're just board member emails. Are those not supposed to be private and not brought out to the?
We consider them to be private.
I've always considered them to be private.
But you're talking about the emails, are they?
Because
emails?
this is a very special, I'm trying to think of the proper term, but this is a special event. Something where this needs to be talked about.
But the emails that you're talking about were sent directly to the board.
Yes.
On his frustrations.
And to the
No. And to the GM or
sometimes other people.
or said directly to me.
I know there's certain people that berate and send.
Can I finish my comments and then can I finish my comment and then you can come up with some other things? Okay, so I was listening very critically during the time frame where there was both records regarding Gracie Red, the email and Miss Charlena. And so if you think critically about them, both are true. Okay, she's saying I didn't resign, I didn't retire because of Jason Long's comments. Okay. She had agreed in the best interest of the association and an agreement with the general manager to stay longer because there needed to be a transition. And she gave Charlene a reason for deciding without notice to not honor that agreement and reference Jason. So both things are true. And I would also say the accusations of, again, another rabbit trail. Well, if there was processes in place, there is so much deferred maintenance just on buildings. There's so much deferred maintenance on things that should have been done over the past decades. There should have been procedures in place decades ago. Okay, again, what's the point that I want to make here? We can't keep dragging the past back up as a way to deflect.
Exactly.
Okay. If Charlena had the knowledge that Gracie intended to resign on the original date, there would have been a plan in place and things would have been done a certain way. So both things are true, and I encourage you all to listen back to both items that were read.
Kathy,
Yes.
come on up, Kathy.
So much my heart has
Sorry.
been raised.
Was requested. Okay, I just have a couple of quickies, okay? I do not do Facebook, I don't do YouTube, I don't do Twitter, I don't do lot owners knows and everything, because my life is way too important to be screwed up with all that junk. And everybody knows I'm kind of verbose with my mouth. If you want a question or something, ask that person, go to it. Here we go. Oh, geez, I don't know. It's 11 o'clock. Okay. I've learned a lot of things from all you people and from all these speakers and everything. My quick question is, maybe this should be a town hall meeting or something and hash everything out there, but do you think we're ever gonna go back to this agenda today
Yep. We will get through it.
before lunch?
Well, I can't guarantee that.
Okay, that's, we're way off the agenda. Usually,
We're all free to stay or go, all right? So
Oh,
it's gonna take as long as it takes.
thank you.
I'll just kind of sit here.
No one's here by force.
Oh, thank you very much.
I would like to make a comment first. Brittany, I really appreciate what you did on the website. And as far as dealing with that contractor, I asked him, what's up with the new design? He says, I own the design. I'm gonna control it. I'm gonna make all the edits. You guys are not gonna be able to do anything on that. And I told him that it's absolutely not gonna work. We need to have the ability to do our own website. I donated a lot of photos, which were on the website, and I'm a software engineer. I'm not a website person that does the front end of the website. So I could offer you help on that. And I don't want to get into an argument with you because I do appreciate the website greatly. And I do appreciate the vision tracker, even though my attitude was negative about the budget. It's nothing to do with you. I 100% appreciate everything you're doing.
I don't take it personally, Jason. Regarding the vision traction organizer, I am disappointed as a member, not as of the volunteers who got up and did that and you were absent. I'm disappointed in you as a director because I'm a member and I believe, as I think a lot of members do, that goal planning is extremely important, and reviewing where we have been, where we plan to go, and creating accountability with numbers and tracking things, those are all very important. So I do not hold any offense to you personally in that situation. Regarding the website turnover, it could have been handled differently. Sometimes abrasiveness causes people to act rashly. And there's a certain bit of tact and decorum that's required when dealing with contractors that would allow that, even though we don't like the website, because I agree with you, I didn't care for it. I wanted it to be redone and I was ready and available and willing to redo it. But again, going back to making a decision and saying, you know what, we don't like it, but we're not going to go ahead and tick off the contractor that's got it up currently and cause ourselves a fire to put out. Let's go ahead and set up a plan to transition it appropriately. Would have been, in my opinion, the best recourse of action. Again, I was ready and willing to help with it. I still enjoy helping with it. And so I do not feel personally attacked by that, but I do think that somebody else getting up here and sharing personal experiences of dealing with the consequences is important. And I will restate again for the record, I am a member. I am a dedicated volunteer. And just because my last name is Wiley, I don't think that my experience should be disregarded in any form or fashion. Thank you.
And I absolutely appreciate everything you do.
We're new to the fort. This is our first board meeting. And I just want to ask two questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Do y'all have a written code of conduct for the board of directors? And do you have a written list of consequences if they don't follow the code of
There
conduct?
are no consequences.
Okay,
Other than removal as an officer.
yeah, but that is listed as a consequence because otherwise,
It doesn't say consequence, it just is an officer can be removed as an
yeah,
officer.
because that's kind of very important, especially in the corporate world, so to speak.
Yeah.
But I do want to say we love living here. Well,
Welcome.
on the weekends every month, but
Welcome.
soon.
Welcome.
But I just, like I said, just wanted to make sure there was a written code of conduct and everybody was aware of it.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
But
Thank you.
officer and director is a pretty big distinction in my
Well,
mind.
it's a vast distinction. That's not,
So it says removal as an officer, which is treasurer.
that's correct.
secretary.
All that the board has the right to do is a motion can be made. If it passes, a director can be put on a removal ballot.
But the membership came here and I came here and Memo came here and everyone here came here with the assumption that I was gonna be potentially removed from treasurer, not put on the ballot. That should have been properly noticed to the membership if that was the intention. I don't think that's the way to go. elections coming up.
I came here very open-minded. You know me well enough to know that. I don't have a preconceived notion. But just like our last discussion, we got to change. We got to grow.
This board refers to itself as the Fantastic Five, and I really have not felt that. I would like it to be better, but I have not felt that. I have not. And I think there's other ways to deal with this than stirring up something on the ballot and removing it from this place.
Lee is next. I'm sorry, Lucia.
Come up, Lee.
Morning.
Morning.
I need this damn thing.
Hey, Lee, before you start, thank you so much for all the work you've done on the hunt. I'm
Yep.
very appreciative.
Yes,
Yeah,
you missed
awesome.
it.
I think all of you know I love this place. I'm a retired military guy. This is a privilege to live here.
Mhm.
An absolute privilege, and we need to treat it that way. I have nothing personal against anybody here. I must say one thing: integrity. You got it or you don't have it. I don't want somebody to represent this fort that causes chaos. We have more than enough of that. I think it's time to take out the trash, and that's all I'm gonna say. Thank you.
Amen, brother.
Well, I'm just gonna kind of piggyback on a lot of the things that have been said. First of all, this can go on all day and it's been a real batch.
You'll be the last, because I think we're, yeah.
Okay.
You go ahead.
And honestly, it's a character bash. And I can tell you, he's not the only one that's caused problems with people in the way that they've spoken, not answered emails. Tony, you've called me a liar several times. And you've cussed out people when they were okay. Okay, so everybody has, character flaws. And if it's been addressed so much, is there not a probationary period? Who will take Jason's place as treasurer? That's what I'd like to know, because he's gotten us further than we've been in a long, long time.
Hold on, time out. We, as a team, have done everything that's been done. Not one person on this board.
I agree. But with Jason went to the water board meetings. That impacts the water, impacts my future, my commitment, my contribution to this sport. It'll die. But you guys didn't stand up behind it. So we all have problems. Who will take his place?
Thank you.
All I can say is I respectfully ask that you not put me on the ballot. Okay? I came here, I spoke with you for 2 hours and 15 minutes. I realize I'm not a perfect person. And I'm gonna stay here and do what I can to make this place better, working with whoever's in here. Okay? Please do not remove me or put me on the ballot for removal. Because that may not happen. And then the division is gonna be very large between the membership and this board, whoever stays on it. I don't want that.
That division depends on how mature we are. It doesn't have to be division.
Well, okay.
Thank you, David. That's a good.
Thank you. I'm 89 years old. I've been coming to this sport since I was 10 years old. And all I can say is I wish you boys and girls had learned to play nice.
Thank you.
Okay, no, we can just.
I got a couple things.
Okay.
Removing him from treasurer, it seems like, Jason, that treasurer is about the only thing you're doing right. And are you really a good fit for this? I mean, is this working for you, man?
The board?
Yeah.
On the board?
Is this working for you?
It's a challenge. It's a challenge, okay? I'm improving every day. I got on this board because I love to learn things and I wanted to prove myself as a human being, as a member of society. And everyone that's been on this board or just been involved with it knows it's very frustrating and it's a big challenge. Whether you get along with your fellow board members or not, the whole entire thing is quite stressful. but I'm not more trying to quit. I'm actually begging for
Yeah.
more. I'm not.
Doesn't seem like this fits you.
I'm
Okay?
not.
I mean, I don't think this fits your personality. You know, what you're doing first with climbing trees and sticks may work better for you. Okay? I mean, I'm just saying.
Well,
And I only got one other thing to say. Back to the anonymous on the dump and all that stuff. Isn't anonymous another word for coward?
Yeah.
I'm done.
Yes. It's a minute color.
Okay, and then no more, because we could be here all day. Or we will be here all day.
I'll make it real brief. I understand everyone at this board table is trying to do the right thing. Every single person here is. But I do have a concern about it. I think that if you are concerned about somebody's behavior, then it's something that you address in private, either with their family or with the person, whoever it might be that you have to talk to. I'm not sure this is really appropriate to be brought before the membership. You know, there's a reason behind everybody's behavior. And I think some of you know that better than others. And if Jason has a problem that he needs to address, and you think he needs to address it, then you should kindly talk to him in private as a group. It's fine. And then, see that he gets help for himself in some way. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
I'd say this is, I don't have any animosity for you guys bringing me out here. I don't. I came here. I've not been argumentative. I've been honest as I can be. And I do not I want to stay here and do some good things. Yes, maybe some of the things I did wasn't the best things. But I think I have contributed quite a lot and I want to do more. So I ask you, don't put me on the ballot. Formally reprimand me. Find something else.
Well, I'm just gonna finish up really quick and say, like I said before, I hate that we're here, and I know a lot of you disagree with how this went or how it is going. And that's fine, you can't get rid of John, but you can get rid of me when you vote. If you feel, we're not gonna do everything right all the time. And when we do something wrong, we try to fix it. We believed, that it came to the level of, we have talked in private numerous times, and we just got to this point. So, we want this community to come together. We want the negativity to stop. We want the attacks and allegations and, and people to act in good faith, which there are those that don't. So I guess we need to move on to the next, unless you want to make a motion, then we move on to the next item, which is the treasurer. Unless anybody else up here has anything else they want to say.
No.
Okay. So the next item is removing as treasurer. Are you not going to vote on to remove him or not?
It's just the next one,
Oh, the next one. Okay. As an officer. Okay.
as an officer.
Yeah. No, there's no motion to add him to the ballot.
I think.
Is that correct?
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna do it. And I think Jason knows you well enough to know that I do really, I care about him as an individual. I think these other board members sitting here know that, that's truly how I feel. And, I think Jason knows that as well. I've certainly expressed it to him many times. And we're sitting here face to face in front of the public, and I disagree. I think this is completely appropriate. Because you couldn't possibly have my perspective. I know that because I sat there and now I sit here. It's just not the same. We're sitting here at this table together. Are we going to do better? You and me?
Yeah.
Us?
Yes.
Drop the item. Let's move on.
So next item is the treasurer.
No, I'm saying
Drop it
drop the
off.
item. Let's move on.
Drop the item.
Drop off, both,
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
We're gonna make a motion for that, but we don't need to make a motion.
We don't
No,
need
it's,
to
you
make a
don't have to. It's possible action. items.
There's no motion to, before the board,
I'm
so
just
there's
asking.
no action.
Okay, I'm just asking.
Well, you know that.
No, wasn't sure.
And yeah, the only other thing to say is I agree with, John. We want to be transparent. This was not a witch hunt. This was not, let's be mean to Jason. It's really not. I know it may seem that way, but as a membership who elects us up here, you have the right to know. And we want to be good stewards and be transparent to the membership.
And to be repetitive, we have spent hours and hours privately.
Next item is update on the skeletal remains. That's really quick. Everybody happy to know. I just got to find my place. So to move things around. Okay, this came from Chris Hale. Just a quick update concerning the remains found at Fort Clark in October. As you know, the Kinney County Sheriff concluded its investigation. I can't hear you. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let me start again. Just a quick, this is from Chris Hale. Just a quick update concerning the remains found at Fort Clark in October. As you know, the Kinney County Sheriff concluded its investigation shortly before Christmas as a result of the conclusion of the Forensic Anthropology Unit of the Center of the Human Identification at the University of North Texas. That's a mouthful. Specifically, they concluded that the remains are likely Amerindian, Native, is that how it's said? Native American. They saw no indication that the remains were from more than one individual and no indications of perimortem trauma, or no indication that it's a recent board member. Upon the return to the sheriff, which we're waiting on, the remains will ultimately be transferred to Fort Clark Springs Association and return to the site with continued coordination with the Archaeology Division of the Texas Historical Commission. In the meantime, consultation will be attempted with the 11 federally recognized tribes and others that claim a connection to Kinney County. So the road, I know most of you probably already know, the road that goes around to the other side of the pool in the spring is open, but the area around the tree where the remains were is still blocked off, and we ask everybody to stay away from there as it's considered a burial site. So look at that. Agenda item down.
You didn't say how old it is? No, they won't carve it
No,
down.
they did say it's intrusive. You have to drill into it, and out of respect, the historical commission recommends that we not do that to David.
I would love to know the Americans feel about taking that.
Well, they're speaking on their behalf. I mean, we can, when he reaches out, ask them if they'd like us to date it, and then there's something we could possibly do. I think it would be amazing to know, but they do look very, very, very old. Like probably, yeah, I won't say. It's gonna just be, guessing. So as soon as we know more about that,
Can I make a comment on that?
yes.
I want to make a short comment because I know that I've heard the grumblings of that we don't care about water on this board, and I wish I could tell you everything that we're doing to help with water, but we can't. But what I can tell you is that I sent a letter to the commissioners, however long ago, it's been a year. And one of my points in that letter was that we couldn't possibly know by dredging out the creek how many archaeological remains, but the estimation would be about 500 sites, potentially, or I'm sorry, I think 100 sites. It's been a long time. And what I would like to kind of put on the record is that a tree fell over and there's remains under it. This is good for Fort Clark. This is this in theory could help us a lot. And it proves the point that we can't destroy this creek. We can't start digging up dirt, moving dirt out. And we're not going to let that happen. We do care about water. We do care about the spring. While we're not very vocal about that, and we probably need to do some stuff to get a little more in the front of things, we do care.
Thank you. All right. The next item is the possible reserve study straw poll on the ballot. I would like for us to also discuss the hotel being the recommendation of how to pay for the hotel. Because that's kind of, they're kind of
It's
related.
kind of goal. What we're kind of trying to figure out.
Well, I was looking at it from the money standpoint that we're considering putting a straw poll on the ballot as to whether or not to do a reserve study, along with a link to give more information to the membership on the reserve study, you know, what that does for us or doesn't do for us, and the cost of it. And the cost of it is can be rather large, which might have to then consider a special assessment. And then with the hotel, that discussion is possibly coming up also. So I don't know if we want to.
Just for clarification, I'm a little confused. We're gonna put something on the ballot to do a special assessment when we already have the authority to do a special assessment?
No, we're asking the membership for their opinion.
Oh, okay. Well, then, hold on, sorry. Well, then I think instead of putting it on the ballot, we should have a town hall to see how much money we want to spend on this. Get an input from the membership, be a town hall, one town hall, two town halls, and then we can make a complete educated or informed, letting them know. I'm not sure we need to put it on the ballot.
I mean,
If that's the case.
I think we certainly need the study. And with the study, we would actually have a better idea of all the buildings that we have and what repairs they might need and what long-term costs it take to maintain them. And if we had that, we would know everything about the motel right now. Things that we have.
The only way we get that is through a reserve study.
Yeah, right. Maybe not the only way, but it's a comprehensive way.
Yeah, no, I mean, something that would be worth looking at.
Yes, sir.
And I didn't mean to put a wrench in that. It just got me thinking.
Well, I'm sorry. I know the word reserve study has been kicked around over the last couple of years. If it takes, just throwing this out, if it takes 40,000 right now to fix the motel, we're gonna spend possibly 30,000 on a reserve study that we could have already put in the motel. And I know the reserve study encompasses the entire fort, but it's just something we need to think about very carefully.
So I think it'd be maybe a little less confusing if we kind of start from the beginning. We hear everybody loud and clear when there's not enough communication, okay? And when I ran for election, it was about choices, creating more choices. And so I think we got to go back. The reserve study was brought up by Mr. Huey, and we're very thankful for that. I think it's a phenomenal idea. I think it's necessary. But going on the ballot is different than the hotel. And the point is, the question you might have, why would you put it on the ballot? To get you more involved. Because it's a great opportunity, maybe from now and into the future, every single election that we have, there are multiple items on the ballot that you get to make choices about. And that's what the item is really about. It's not about reserve study. It's about where it's born from is, does the membership and the people who come to these meetings that are, involved, do y'all want more things on the ballot to choose from so that you have input? This is not earth-shattering stuff. The county probably does it where they have like addendum A, B, whatever, right? They got these options of things to pick from, and then the community picks from those things and they implement that policy or that process. This is just about a choice because I would just estimate that it's going to cost the membership anywhere from each individual deed about $80 to $90 to implement a reserve study, to fully get a reserve study stuff done. So yeah, we could do an assessment, but to be honest with you, I want more input from you. I personally want more input from you. I would love to see 500 people vote yes on a reserve study because they clicked on a link, they looked at it on the ballot, they clicked on the link, they read the information that I have sitting here in front of me, and they went, this is a great idea. And I think it is a great idea. That's the purpose of it. So if nobody wants to do that, that's okay. Say, no, we think this is a bad idea, but it's just about giving people choices and more information so they understand the direction of the association instead of 30 people that show up to this meeting and 46 people that watch the meeting. We can touch every single person with their ballot. They have a choice and hopefully make this place better. That's all it's about.
So this is a bit of an explanation on what you're proposing, because it's almost two things at once. The reserve, explaining what a reserve meeting or a vote is to give more information to them, has the same intention of the proposal itself, which is to get more information about the structures which need repair, which is how we're spending the money on them. Some of which definitely needs to be reviewed just by brief explanation of what they are early on that we heard at the beginning of the meeting. So I think the more people know about it, the better, because there are things that need to be considered in whatever kind of restoration on all the whatever we call historic here, whether it's officially historic or just part of a historic kind of building district of the fort. So I'm in support of the proposal for the ballot, but I just want to make comment that you're proposing an explanation that is then going to give an explanation for the project, which is important in evaluation of what we're doing, how we spend money, because some of the some things proposed, and I use this word very carefully, as previously in the meeting, the term ignorance was I don't know, taken negatively, but out of sheer ignorance and good intent, harm can come to some of these structures through proposed spending of money, in which case we're shooting ourselves in the foot trying to move forward, because we're trying to preserve this place and not destroy it, but we're openly doing things that are destroying it without the knowledge that we are doing so. That's a general feeling I have about the fort over a long time and seeing things happen. I just want to be clear to the membership that that's what the proposal is. Just more information for more information.
What you just described is we've always been in Band-Aid mode, and you're correct. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks.
The expert.
It's too late. Damn it. You put this on the ballot.
Why?
Because now that we have the candidates, and this is something I discussed in the board meeting last month. Now we have the candidates, this has to go to the printer now, within the next week or so. And you're talking about most of the members, I wasn't even sure what you were talking about when you were talking about it. Reserve Strava, reserve for what? All our reserves, or, so what you need is an explanation, whether it's a town hall or something, to explain to all of us what this is. And then, once you do that, then you can ask whether or not people.
There was a plan for that. The plan was us decide, understanding what it is, to put it on the ballot. Once it's on the ballot, it would say, here's a link to this deal. You click on the link and you can read all the information of what a reserve study is, what it would cost.
Take it from someone that you're asked, then you throw it back on our auditor. We have enough trouble making sure our auditor gets everything done the way we want them to. By adding something like this to it, it should be very simple for our auditor. We don't want to give this extra duty to the auditor. Because for one thing, this is the only CPA we found that is willing to do HOA election audit. Okay, so it's too late for this ballot. And this is what we're discussing on Wednesday. Now that we have the candidates and their order, Wednesday we discuss, it goes to the printer. So it's not going to give anybody time to explain the members and putting a link on the ballot. We can't even get people to put stamps on their ballot, sign their ballot, use the original envelope. I mean, these are things that are clearly highlighted in bold print on the ballot. I would,
So
there's just no time.
would there be, with proper time and preparation, could it be
Yes.
possible in the future? I mean, 'cause it's still a productive.
But you can do it, and you can do a separate one. Perhaps the link should be on like dispatch where they can send their vote in on a link and you have an and you have an electronic.
Unfortunately, we won't reach. Yeah.
But you'll reach,
All
you'll
members.
probably reach enough.
Yeah,
And
maybe.
if, especially.
The point
if
was to
these-
get to everybody.
Yeah, but no, you're too late. If you
Thank
want to do it next year, you needed to have been started like 2 months ago
Okay.
or so.
So
Okay.
Thank you, Sandy.
So until we can do that, we're gonna almost have all the membership data in Buildium. We encourage them.
So maybe Buildium will do
We
it.
encourage them to give their emails and contact information. It has polls in there. It'll tally all the things for us. Put a link where they can go to the website and we'll probably get, I mean, if we can get them to come into Buildium and give their information, pay their bills and use it for work orders and other things, then potentially we can collect all that data, not just for this purpose, from any other questions that we have.
We did this survey once before, several years ago, only we did it as an independent survey. And we, the board got together and we counted all of the results and did all that type of thing, and it's very labor intensive. So, number one, it's too late to put it on this ballot, and number two, it's not stress our members out. You know, most people don't, but we saw the people that came back with stuff last year, right? So, yeah, let's not have to have a link and do anything else on it.
Good observation.
Thank you, Sandy.
Thank you, Sandy.
Well,
Yeah, I just a thought. I'm not a very intelligent person.
It's not a good way to start
I'm
out.
I'm from Missouri. You gotta show me.
no comment.
Anyway, the buildings that you're talking about, the ones that the four homes that have plaques, some of them do not have plaques and need repair, excuse me, but they're in the federal district. The, what is it called? I keep losing the word.
Yeah.
Historic district. Has anybody read what the historic district plaque or paperwork says that you can do with this property? In other words, can you, even the motel, which doesn't have a plaque on it, is in the historical district, can you get a grant to fix it?
Well, that's a whole nother discussion.
Yeah, that's a whole nother discussion.
Well, but that's part of what you're saying.
No, a reserve study is a study that just encompasses every aspect of necessary improvement for the entire Compass Association property.
Yeah, but in conjunction with that, if there are grants available, that would cut down on the cost.
I don't.
Bill, do you want to sign with the committee and get the grants?
No, I'm not smart enough, I'm telling you.
Well, thank you.
That was a good strategy.
Yeah,
Good strategy.
thank you.
I just think it should be at least looked into.
Yeah.
Yes.
You've got grant writers in this town, you can just ask them.
I think somebody's already reached out to them also.
Okay, well, that's fine.
Elizabeth.
Hi, Elizabeth Hodges. I am not sure I understand exactly what the reserve study is, but I'm a strong proponent of the treasure that we have both in property, as you know, common property, especially in the historic district, and the buildings that we have, and any structure that's on the property that we have. And so there were several of us, Sandy being one of them, that we worked on an alteration process.
Yeah.
Where nothing is, and the board was highly supportive of that. And so I would like to suggest, and I'd be happy to help. I'm not smart either, Bill, but I'm willing. And so I would like to say that we need preservation architects and preservation people who understand historic property to look at the historic property. And I agree with you. I think there might be funding available for that. And so I would encourage the board to come up with some kind of resolution that you'd like that process taken on by some individuals that could do some research
That
or
would be a
something.
reserve study.
And because preservation architecture, you don't just go, we even know with our homes, those of us who own historic property, you don't just willy-nilly cut a hole somewhere. You don't, I'm gonna use the term bastardize. You don't bastardize the interior or the exterior of something that has incredible historical treasure value to it. So please think about a preservation architecture study and a preservation architecture study on the grounds and what we have, as well as the structure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Liz.
Thank you, Liz.
We have somebody who's running for the board who has done that, and that is Aaron Diaz. He is an architect. He has worked on historic buildings.
Is this promotion approved by the committee to elect?
I mean,
Are you volunteering him to do it for free?
no,
He's going to.
Let's get on the board. It's free, bud.
So, I do have my own practice. I do work in construction as well. So I have a lot of full-time work. I do have historic homes that I have completed, remodeling, renovation, addition, whatever. The thing is, a vast majority of those are in Houston, where there is a historical commission that regulates what the changes can be, how they can be. And I can tell you, I mean, I know the head of the commission. It's a very bureaucratic thing to go through, and some of it doesn't even make sense, like any kind of rules for an HOA. So you can get into the details of what is appropriate and what isn't, and some people might be surprised to find out what even a big city like Houston would allow on structures that are 120 years old or more. But at the end of the day, it comes to what the people agree on. Those rules are generally the exterior facade, with exception sometimes to the rear face, if it's entirely not visible, have to remain intact in some way, shape, or form. This has been a conversation I've had repeatedly with Constance, as she is on the historic committee. However, it has also been something I have approached previous GMs, boards, and architectural control committees about volunteering to contribute to. And the reason I'm running is despite, and I know y'all haven't talked to me much about it, but one, yes, I am busy. Two, a little bit of it is just the diminished enthusiasm for repeated efforts with previous people that went nowhere. I have spoken to the president of the architecture committee, or is it whoever the top person is, not current, but previously. I've gone with them, pointed out, read the restrictions. This is a clear violation. This is brand new. This is not a grandfathered situation. And have them scratch their head and be like, oh yeah, this is a problem. And then absolutely nothing happens. And it's not even the architectural committee's fault. You can blame it on the board because they send it to the board to make a recommendation. Board grants a variance or doesn't address it at all. So there are existing violations that haven't even been granted variances. We start getting complicated, like complexities of our system.
Yeah.
And so,
I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you off, but
I'll try to keep it short. So yes, I do have the experience, but I have tried to offer it previously. And the reason I'm running is because despite repeated efforts to contribute as a volunteer, it has gone nowhere. And I would like to be in a position where I can offer my knowledge without it necessarily being, I mean, it's still as a volunteer, not as a job, because I'm not cheap. No offense.
Mr. Medias, have you spoken to Miss Cavender since she's been here? Have you sat down and met with her?
Hello and goodbye. Nothing more than that.
You never offered your volunteer service?
The last GM I spoke with about these things was
Alan? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
thank you. Okay. If there's no more on the reserve study, then we can move on to the possible new seasonal memberships.
We could table that until next year.
Let's just table everything and go home.
No, I'm talking about the reserve. Then just table that the next year, the next ballot.
Next ballot, okay. Okay, Charlena proposed, part of our goal is to have more FRMs. To have more FRMs, we need to beef up some of our, offerings, to make it, more, yeah, to have
Full
somebody want to
schedules.
spend the money on an FRM. So part of the idea is if we have a seasonal membership, two of them that are at a different price, that are at a lower price, that somebody might be able to afford, they can get a spring one, summer one, or a fall winter. So they can get a seasonal one, get the enjoyment of the facilities, the discounts as a member, for the season that they're interested in.
But with that said,
You want to use your microphone.
sure, Jason. Okay, with that said, a regular membership is $576. So if somebody buys a year membership, you're gonna get a discount, but it's gonna stay the same, if that makes sense. A seasonal would be $340. It's not half of the $576. They're paying actually $50 more than they would if they spent the whole year, if that makes sense. So we'll make $50 extra. So they'll get September, October, November, December, January for hunting season, and then they'll get spring and summer. Some people don't only come down here except for hunting, or some people only want to come here because of the pool. So for them, that might be beneficial, but we will actually still get $50 more, and they only get 6 months of that. Does that make sense, y'all? Okay, it's just like if you go somewhere, you buy 3 tickets, you get a discount. You buy 1, it's gonna be more. So that was my idea we get a lot of hunters. Could you imagine if all these hunters got the fall and winter, FRM? And we've mentioned it, and they were all in for it. Could you imagine if we got more people to do the summer one, the spring and summer? We could still potentially make $50 more and still bring more people in. Now, will it work? Well, we don't know unless we try. I mean, those are things that I think about all the time on trying to bring more people in, get more memberships, because that's what really we survive on is the membership money, right? I think that's all.
Lisa, for clarification, this is all within our documents. To say that we can do this, there's no mistake about it.
Because I
There's
did
no
get
mistake.
an email from said person that we've already read emails about. The association recognizes 3 classes of memberships, which are the lot owner, charter, and family recreational. But the board of directors may designate other memberships or other forms of access to the association's common property from time to time and subject to other rules, regulations, or obligations. So we can do a membership. And if people are uncomfortable with using the term membership, we can call it a seasonal pass. But yes, in the declaration, it does allow for that. It's not a voting membership. It's not like because you don't own a lot. It's like an FRM, but seasonal.
How do you intend to monitor the proper use of that?
We would have different colored decals than the normal one. There is a specific color for the fall and winter, and a specific color for the spring and summer. And then, of course, we get all the same exact information as we would a full year membership, but we would, and I believe there's probably a way to do that in Buildium that we can keep track as well.
Okay. So the recommendation is for a spring and summer, and a fall and winter with a $50 admin fee and $340, and it'll cover 6 months. If you pay the $340 in full, then the $50 admin fee would be waived. Because that's less work on the association to bill somebody and they, they're paid. With the seasonal, you would still be entitled to all the member benefits of the regular FRM for a period of 6 months only. I think it's a great idea. I think we have to maybe flesh out more the current fees because, or actually, they a day pass. If we want to discuss that now or discuss it later, because
Well, you mean the other ideas too that we're working?
yeah, which maybe we want to flesh them out.
Yeah, well, here are some of the things that we're thinking of. Oh,
Ms. Sharp, can you tell us how much an FRM is?
yeah, I mentioned it was 576.
I'm sorry.
Yes, that's okay. And then I believe it's $120 admin fee as well. We're also thinking because when people go to state parks, we're not considered like a normal HOA, right? We've got historical buildings. And when we have visitors that come in, they're using our roads and that can tear up our roads, but we don't get compensation for it. So why wouldn't we want to charge a day pass per car or per person? Every state park does it per person in the car. So we're proposing, and I'm still working on the logistics of charging a day pass for people that come in here. So then that way it can help us, one, because the people at the guard shack are taking care of them. Two, they're using our roads. Three, they are using the facilities for the day. Before, if they come in and they get to use it, maybe they'll become a member. But I don't believe we should let people in here free anymore. We really need to bring the income in, just like a state park is. I don't ever complain when I go to a state park, and I might only go there just to go hiking. You can do that here. You can do ATV, you can do bike riding, you can do fishing, you can do whatever. So to me, I think it can only bring in some of the revenue that we really need. And I think it's a great idea. We have a whole list of things. I haven't got that logistic out yet, but I do have a seasonal one that I've thought out very well. I don't know, Brittany, what do you think?
So the reason that she's asking me that question is because I've also currently volunteering my experience as a marketing director to help Fort Clark Springs have what may be the first ever marketing plan. So that's why she's asking me that question. So I would just ask you regarding the seasonal memberships for hunting. What is the offset between so if you're not a member, you pay X amount of dollars to harvest an animal, less trophy fees, right? So does it make the deal sweeter for them, or like, well, then I'll just buy the seasonal membership because it saves me a bunch of money and it actually ended up being cheaper for them. So that was my only question regarding that offset.
Yeah, it's 200. It's
200 for a non-member.
Non-member and
150 for a member. And they get a discount on the hotel, which could sweeten that and make them want to come back more. The harvest of the does and the bucks, there's no discount for that. It's only just to do the hunt. And the amount of money that we're bringing in and our hunting, honestly, is doing fantastic. God, does this work?
We need to order
Sorry,
another one.
I'm sorry. I don't know what.
Yeah, we need another one.
We did. These are new. I don't know where
I
mine
think we just
is.
need one more, I guess. You weren't
But
there when we got them, I
You
guess.
can't count.
But I mean, look at this. Okay, here's an example of looking at ways to make money. We just did an amendment to the gun club, so we could use the 400. That was always off limits, but it was to give them 20% of any harvest. We presented them a $675 check because they got a 36-inch active buck that was $2,000 some dollars. And then they've had several different harvests of does on them. It was a win-win for them because it goes back in the fort, goes back to the gun club, makes them happy, and we brought more people in. So they'll save a little bit of money, but I think in the end, because everybody else is so expensive, the ranches, they come all the time. They're like, wow, we didn't even know this existed. And you guys are so cheap compared to everybody else. That'll bring more business in maybe to the RV park. Because maybe they'll stay there instead of at the hotel. It's so many things that they bring to us if we can get people interested. And some people just don't want to do it here. They may not, they live far. A lot of our hunters come from Houston. See that? All the way down from Houston. Yeah. So when I talked to the guy that actually got the $3,000 buck and I told him about the seasonal, he was wow. He goes, I could get me and a bunch of my other buddies that would probably relate. And he's even now thinking of buying a lot on here because he enjoyed it so much. Yes, ma'am.
Right now, we're charging $200 a day if they want to come out here and hunt.
Yes.
And if we give them a $300 seasonal pass, is that gonna still pay $200?
No, they'll get the
So
membership.
instead of $200 a day, the people
They'll
that come
pay
out,
150. 150, just like memberships do. Memberships only pay 150.
I don't know if y'all have done a,
Mhm.
Jason could explain it more, to do a study on financial study on, would we be making money by changing?
Yes, we would.
seasonal?
I've looked at the numbers. Yes, ma'am.
Because $200 a day, I mean, my grandson came out and brought three of his friends and they hunted for 2 days and rented the hotel for 2 days. They were happy to pay $200 a day. And, I don't know that we're any better going to a $300 for a season.
You think about this, they're gonna spend $340. Then they're gonna spend $150. Then they're gonna spend money on the hotel.
So if they get a seasonal, they still have to pay to hunt.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's what
it's
that's
just
what
a-
I was trying to get.
Oh,
through.
okay,
just a
okay, I
discounted
misunderstood.
price.
It's just a discounted price, that's
So
all it
instead
is.
of 200, they pay 150.
150.
I think what anybody would worry about is there a way to game the system? And if there's
No.
not a way to game the system, then it's beneficial.
Well, only if they, they could potentially save money if they hunted every day. But
Yeah.
we would get money every day. So that I can't see how you could game it.
I have two comments on this. One, I would like to see members get a bit better discount than fly by night 6-month people that come in here. People that spend membership for years, maybe they can get a little bit better deal on things than someone that just comes in and pays a few $100s for a 6-month pass. And if we're gonna do day rates, I would like them to be high enough, the day rate, to not motivate, to still motivate people to get the FRM and not just go, I'll just come in here every 2 months for $2 or whatever the price is. I would like the entry fee to be enough to not discourage getting an FRM and a tier for members, lot owning members and charter members versus just FRM non-committal people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. I do not know these numbers well enough and how the mixing pot of all of it works together to know whether there's a ton of benefit here or a little bit of benefit. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
It's like I need a graph or a chart or
Okay.
a cartoon
You're good
picture.
at that.
Well, it would be a little bit difficult to kind of say because we haven't done it yet.
Yeah.
So, but what you have to understand is they're paying $50 more for a 6-month membership. So if you get the full year, you're gonna save $50. So that's an incentive for them to do that. We're still gonna bring in money. We're still gonna bring in that 150, and we can look at the numbers. If we needed to change that, we'd have to have the data to do that. And I agree. Maybe we don't offer a discount on the hotel, only on the hunt itself, which we can do.
Well,
that.
I think that, if you're gonna do a discount, yeah. Not accounting, but that would be a nightmare to pick and choose.
And if they really liked it and they don't come down here in the summer at all and they want to come again, they may buy another 6-month membership again. Or they might wind up just buying a whole year. But if we don't try new things, we're never gonna find out.
Yeah.
I agree, we should try new things, but maybe we can do a percentage across the board on all things. Like 10% off for FRMs, 15 for members. I'm just throwing out random numbers, but maybe that would be easy And then we can easily adjust that up or down every 6 months until we're satisfied with the magic number.
Well, FRM's already in our documents. They have the same privileges as a member, except for voting.
Yeah, we can't
can't
discount the
change that.
FRMs, that I know.
Yeah.
I did read that. But what we could do is, I know in the FRMs, they do get discounts on the building, and we actually changed our members to have half off on renting out the venues, where they didn't before. And that was something that Rihanna brought up a few board meetings ago, that she thought members should have that. And so we did do that. We changed it. We thought, yeah, you're right. Maybe we should let them rent the venues, maybe just a discount on the motels and, I mean, it could be discussion, but at the end of the day, nobody's ever done this before. How do we know it's gonna work if we don't at least try it, right? And if we
We're not
keep
gonna
on
take action on this today, right?
Yes, that
We
was the
are?
whole.
Well, that's why, yeah.
I mean, she
What-
said
what
the
are we-
information out.
What are we gonna wait for?
I have a question.
Sure.
As
Bill.
usual. A day pass, let's kind of break this down. First of
Well,
all,
we're not gonna
Yeah,
discuss
yeah,
the
we
No.
pass now. We're only
what
talking
what I'm
about the
getting at
seasonal
is,
membership.
if I live in San Antonio and I have a membership to the golf course,
Mhm.
I'm not talking about money now, I'm just talking about how do you police that? Do they have to show a pass coming in the gate?
Yes.
Or do they just say, I'm gonna go play golf?
No,
Because once they get in here,
yeah. So
the
we're
sky's the
actually,
limit on what they can, what they can try to get into.
they won't have a decal on their car. And they'll come in and say, I'm a member, and then they'll get a temporary pass.
To the golf course.
No, at the gate.
Yeah, I know, but they will get a temporary golf cart or golf membership pass for the day. Right?
It's a good
Well, it
question,
would be good
right?
forever because they're members of the
Yeah.
golf course.
And that
So
is a
they
good
have to
question.
have some kind of proof.
Well, right now, I know that we're working on doing membership cards, like it says in our rules and guides. and
Yeah, I know, we used to
regulations.
get them when we.
So we're gonna go back to that.
Okay, the other thing is, I'm not gonna get into detail really. The other thing is, can you do Fort Clark as an amusement park? No, wait a minute. So that these prices that you're talking about would encompass 6 months, a year, you know what I'm saying?
No.
Because a person who comes in with a 6 month pass
Mhm.
can use all the facilities,
Right.
right? So why not make it that they have to have a pass?
Oh,
To
I see
come
what
in
you're saying,
as
like an
opposed to-
amusement park pass.
Yes.
I got you. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
That's also, we're thinking of that too, because we're doing it in different colors.
Yeah, I understand,
Right.
but that way you would have more control over where these people are riding around in.
Those are all good thoughts.
Okay, you know.
Real quick,
Yes,
this wasn't part of the packet. I just got it this morning.
We're not voting on that.
They missed the first page, Marisol.
Okay, so
She's
that's
new.
why I'm a little,
Yeah.
what we, I'm not clear.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Well,
guess
but
She missed
this
it.
was given to us
But
prior.
it's,
Okay.
So what would I just quickly,
Sorry.
what kind of like, I'm having a hard time fitting into my brain here is that what's the average, you may not know the answer to this, but let's just play with ballpark figures. What's the average amount of time that somebody comes to hunt?
Usually about 2 days is an average.
Right.
Two days.
So if they hunt for 2 days, but they're saving $100 to buy the seasonal membership, then in a way it's counterproductive.
Why? Because they're spending $300.
Well, but they're saving $100. They're getting a discount on the hotel,
Okay.
so it starts dwindling down. Whereas
Well,
I'm just thinking over the course of time, if they just make, they make 2 trips, all of a sudden you haven't made any money. So is there, That may or may not be true. I'm not saying it is one way or the other, but is there a way, like tier wise, I would say a member should have the highest discount of all, right? And then I understand that the FRMs are equal with that, and that's the way it's been. But a seasonal membership, is there a way to meet in the middle?
We can, yeah,
You know,
we can
to where
definitely
it's like,
change
because
Instead
if
of-
I'm a member and I want to go hunting, I'm going to be offended
Sure.
hypothetically that somebody that just comes and buys a pass for a while also
Yeah.
gets to hunt for the same rate. So can we meet in the middle to where it's like you're making $340, but if they hunt for 2 days, you're really making, because right now you're really only making $240 minus the cost reduction of the hotel.
So instead, we could charge 175.
That's kind of in my mind what I see, where I see this
Yeah.
going. It's
No, we
meeting
can do
somewhere
that.
in the middle and having a separation of membership FRM, seasonal and
Okay.
guest, right? There's a buildup to it, but I
Sure.
don't know whether that's possible.
Well, yeah, we can do
Well,
it because we're writing
the
it.
quick math is if they stay, if they hunt 2 days and they don't have a membership, it'd be $554. If they have a membership and they hunt for 2 days and stay at the hotel, both of those, it's $713.
Wait, if they have it or they don't.
What do you mean it's 500?
We
They
would
hunt
make
2
okay,
days.
we would make
400.
If they buy the
if they
season.
buy the membership,
Oh, yes.
hunt twice, stay at the motel twice, we make about $713. If I forgot that, 600 and something. So we still, if they hunt more than 3 days, then yes, we would.
But you're banking, based off what you just wrote there, you're banking on the fact that they don't ever come back.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of where I'm.
So if they don't ever come back, we already got the 300. But
You're
see, they have
exactly
to,
right.
They
If you don't come back, you're making more money. But if
Yeah.
they do come back, then in theory, now you're.
But they're
losing
still paying. They're still going to pay to hunt. They're still going to pay the motel. So we're still going to bring money in.
No, you're still bringing money, in, no doubt. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to say very quickly that it looks like I heard Carolina say, and I respect her so much, but I would like to suggest that you don't vote on this today because there are more than hunters. The hunting season is nearly over. We don't know what kind of water issues we're going to have for spring and summer. So before you make a decision, I would like to think that you want to include other people besides hunters. Like we're really trying to encourage birding. We're really trying to encourage hiking.
Right.
And
It's all of it.
And yeah, but birders might buy membership, but they're not going to buy it for $600. And so I just think there are other things that need to be considered. And if I were the birder or the hunter, I wish I could because I love Axel so much. But anyway, I just, it's the best meat ever. But anyway, I think that they need to feel like they're getting a deal too to buy membership. And it's costing them, according to your figures, $200 more to do the same thing if they don't come back.
I think you need to flesh it out a little.
Yeah. I'd just like to suggest that you flesh it out and just know that if you need some input from the birding community or hiking community, because they're getting in for free and they're doing whatever they want to do.
Yeah.
We're all about helping you get that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Well, it sounds like, wait a minute. He did ask if we have a break and I didn't do
Gave
it.
up. The fighting Irish gave up.
Had to go to the bathroom. Well, it sounds like we need to table it.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. I think we just got to iron out a few more details. I think it's a great idea.
All right. Let's take 5 minutes for a pee break. So we are adjourned or recessed for 5 minutes. Huge, huge. cost. No, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start our meeting. Excuse us. Continue.
Go. Hammer the gavel.
All right. Calm down.
Our Mexican food getting
Okay.
cold.
We're re-adjourned at 2:12. Next item on the agenda is the audits, which has had a lot of misinformation. Oh, wait a minute, are we live? You're telling me to go. I don't even know if we're live.
It's over.
You just turn the mics back on.
We're on.
My mic's not working.
It's going.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Okay. So the next item on the agenda is the audits, which, had a lot of traction out there. Just a little bit of a backstory. The 2021-22 was not done. And because it wasn't done, the 2022-23 could not be done until then. That was done. So as president, I inherited us being behind on the audits from that point because Peterson and the did not get them done. So we've already announced that the 2021-22 audits are done. The 2022-23 audit is done. We've got the draft. We're just waiting on the final. The 2023-24 audit is in progress and will be done on time at the March annual meeting. So, I'm really frustrated to keep seeing stuff come up that is positively false. That these audits have been done as quickly as they could, given how old the audits were, how hard it was to find the information with the way the filing has been done. But every effort, and I don't like to toot my own horn, but I have spent hours and hours and hours getting that information to the auditors myself for all three of those audits. And so I just wanted to give an update to let everybody know. By the time the annual meeting is here, we will be completely up to date on all of our audits. And this past one will be available once we get the final from them, because all we have is a draft. And then people may request a copy if they would so like it. It looks good. Didn't find anything, and the auditors had no issues with anything. So that's the update on that, and we can move on. Overview of the Historical Preservation Committee. Although I was going to go through it, given the time, I'm going to table it. And Constance, I'd like to get information to you, and part of what I had on my list was to see when we could set up a meeting for the board and that. And then to anybody out there, as I would say in TV land, if you have documents on preservation, historical building restoration fund has been called so many things, and would like to submit them to the office, that would be great, because there are some holes in our documentation. So moving on, possible changes to late fees. The reason that's on the agenda is because the way Buildium works, we cannot bill, or it would be very difficult to bill individually. Right now, you get a $20 late fee for a residential membership, and you get a $20 late fee for your lot membership, your regular membership. So that's $40. We can't split that in there. So the idea is to charge one late fee for both. So if you're late on your assessments, it's a flat fee for the residential and the lot.
Well, basically per lot. So every lot you have would get a fee.
Right. I mean, if you want to look at it that way, yes. Basically, every lot gets a fee. But if you have a residential, there's not another fee. So One flat fee, and the two, I think, prices that were brought up was 30 or 35 as the flat rate.
Yeah.
For late fees.
So it would actually go down.
It would go down, yes. It'd be, make the,
Well, it would
Yeah,
go.
2 lots of gold.
yeah, so
you have
if
two
you
lots of
have one lot that has the residential and the membership on it, you're gonna save $5. But if you have another lot that just has a membership and then you have the one too, so then that'll be a little bit more on the one. But we can't do two different ones. It doesn't give us the ability.
And given the fact that it has been $20 for
A long
20 years, I mean, I don't even know. It's been more than a decade and we've never raised the late fees. So those are, and we do know we'll have to change the collection policy. We'll have to change, whatever documents that need to be changed in order to institute it.
Right.
And unless I'm missing something, I think we can do that. If, unless somebody else has seen something in the documents that says we can't.
When I was working here back in 2018 and 2019, I got held on a regular basis regarding the late fee. One of the consistent comments were, y'all are charging more than the credit cards are. I'm of the opinion, if we're gonna have one fee, I think, I believe a reasonable fee, one fee of $25 would be very reasonable. I know I feel confident in stating the chronic late people are gonna be chronic for the rest of their lives as long as they're living here on the port. The people that are not chronic or occasional will probably have it waived. But I think $25 is reasonable, in my opinion.
I'm gonna disagree. I think it needs to hurt for those that are chronic, because I've seen that cycle go through. People will not pay for 6 months and then are okay, just, to pay it all up and pay the late fee. I do not think 30 or 35 is unreasonable, given everywhere else you're charged. I think some credit card companies are $40 a month. We're not a credit card company, but
Meet in the middle, 30.
I'm gonna go to a different route and I'm gonna
Okay.
say, why are
Stop
we
putting
even
a
talking
wrench in
about
things.
this? Because I would consider this to be, in my opinion, a day-to-day operation thing that maybe you would have more control over and your recommendation would matter more than the board's.
I mean,
Yeah,
my stuff's all in
transparency.
ACH, so I
So
don't
you just
care.
don't care.
You can make it $150. I don't care.
The thing is, it affects the membership. That's all. I'm glad we're talking about it because it's a big deal. And it's a big deal that the person that's trying to collect, it's a big deal all the time she invests, sitting with multiple members to this day since she's been here, and everybody's begging, their fault, begging and taking up her time for fees. So it's a big deal. And I'm glad we're talking about it.
Yes.
Well, I'm gonna go with your recommendation because I just feel like whatever that is, it's more knowledgeable in mind, number one, and number two, I feel like, not that we shouldn't be talking about it, I'm just kind of joking
Yeah.
there, but I'm just saying I think that you're the one responsible for implementing and figuring all this out regardless. So I think it should be a day-to-day operation decision.
What do you want to say, Mike?
Okay, real quick.
Real quick.
Experiencing this personally regularly since I've been a member, which doesn't, well, not to get into that. Fees, I always pay them, whatever they are. It's often a case of, I don't do mine directly through my bank account for a variety of reasons, including business reasons. I always do debit card. Debit cards change, or they don't get updated. I know for like,
Hey, partner, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we're talking about a late fee issue.
I am talking about late fees.
Okay.
So part of the issue is I have called in and asked, why is it that when I go to the office, when I put in a work order, when I call for a hotel reservation for my guests, I am not notified that I am past due because the card has changed. But when I go to the pool with my friends, I am notified that I cannot access the pool because they know, because I'm on their list. And I just left the office. This has happened repeatedly over the years.
Well,
Um,
and
it's
a lot has changed.
No, I the system has been improving.
Oh, yes.
My comment is though, still though, part of it isn't just the late fee issue itself. It's the system in which it is made apparent. And so you could call me a chronic late payer, but it's always for the same reason. It's a card related thing, and it's not communicated to me till it's several months in. I don't
No,
care.
and I'm sorry, maybe when I mean chronic, I mean those that aren't they normally paid by check or whatever. They just wait 6 months.
I just
and
want to make
then-
that comment.
Oh, yeah, no, and,
Yeah,
and
no,
just,
and-
if that
and we
does,
have.
if that does happen, let me know, because I've been working really hard with the office to make sure that they're constantly updating information. They're asking the questions, and it's still an ongoing.
It's gotten better.
It is, but it still has a way to go. But I am working on it. So if you ever hear any issues, please let me know, because then I can address them.
Well, I mean,
Laughing. All right, Marisol, I'm sorry.
I think to give you some perspective, on where we were just at a year and a half ago, there were people that hadn't paid for like 10 years and we didn't even know it, right? It was so screwed up. There's been a lot of progress since then. And due to the hard work of Jason, Lisa, and Charlena, it's gotten a lot more cleaned up. And the goal would be, right, that if that does happen, that you would get an immediate notification, like if you didn't pay your truck
Right.
payment, you
And
get
Bill
immediate
Diem
and we're going to get to that
Building
point.
will.
But the
Building.
progress that we made from where it started to where we are now, night and day. So it's going that direction.
Isn't Buildium gonna be able to solve a lot
Yeah,
of that?
it sure is.
Finish Buildium.
Yes, ma'am.
It'll solve a lot of that, because you'll be able to have a current record of who's paid, who hadn't paid, and you'll be able to send invoices.
We
Is that
still
correct?
have, we have a
We
record
have a record now.
but we don't have an easy way to send like
To send a
209
notice.
letters and other things. That's what the most of the effort was, to get all the members' data corrected and consolidated so we can use it to mail out letters, send notices to. But people are going to be able to get in and change their own credit card, change their own ACH. So that then it's on them. They log in, fix your stuff.
Well, and ideally, we need everybody's emails, because then with emails, you will get a late notice. If your email is in the system, you'll get your invoice, you'll get your late notice, you'll get your balance. But you just have to get the emails from the reception. That seems to be an issue. Whether they don't want to or not.
We don't know for sure yet, but we have to talk with Mitch, who's our trainer. We may also, for people who don't have emails or want emails, which we understand, we may be able to send out texts for your late fees as well. Because you can sign up for text and it's not going to cost nothing for us at all. So as soon as we are in it, everybody will get opt in or opt out. So if you want to receive all your stuff through your text, you'll be able to do that. Buildium will send out late notices. They will send out 30 days. They'll send out the 209s. Now somebody does have to monitor that, and that will be done. We have a specific person, her name is Leslie, who's with Peerless, who is going to focus on all of our delinquency and all of the watching the members to make sure that they're not late. So we will have a dedicated person.
And they'll be monitoring all of the debit cards that are canceled, or the dates expired, that kind of thing. So back to the late fee changes. I would like to take a vote just to $1.
Okay.
So does anybody want to make a motion?
I move
or
we set
Charlene?
it at a single late
Yes.
fee of $30 per lot.
I second that.
I can't second.
All in favor? All right. Unanimous. Moving on. Estimate for the hotel repairs.
You sent these to us before.
Yes, I did in the email. Yeah, yes.
So what questions do you have for us on this? Charlotte?
I don't have any questions, but I didn't know because it's going to be, well, it depends on who you choose. I'm going to say we're obviously not going to choose DLP because it's $98,000 to do the same work as Alice and Red Line.
They're very proud of their stuff.
Yes, very. Uh, it's gonna be about $42,000 to do the work on the hotel. That's the whole outside. That has to do with the support beams, because there's two that are falling apart. And I don't know if anybody's ever noticed, but if you go to the second building, the very corner, our awning is slanting down because the beam is splayed out. That's how bad it is. Let me finish, and then the second floor, there are been ACs that have been leaking and leaking and leaking, and we've got wood that's decayed under there that could potentially become a safety issue. Furthermore, they did not do, whoever redid the upstairs, I don't know, the second floor veranda, it should have been in the slats, just like it's supposed to be historically, but they put plywood and they put not even outside carpet, but they put carpet down there.
That was done here many years ago.
Well, if you look at it, it holds in moisture, and I'm nothing against that, but it holds in moisture, it holds in mold, it's stained, it's very unsightly. So there's a multitude, which I mentioned in my GM notes, of work that's going to be done. He comes highly recommended from Tony, who we have our surety bond with at Amistad. He uses him for construction all the time.
Which one?
Red line, yes. So that's who I would like to go with because he was very thorough. It has to get done. Our motel, our RV park are two of our biggest money makers. And if we don't do something with that hotel, we could potentially have a general liability issue if somebody gets hurt because it's falling apart. And the whole outside will have a failure. But that's what I've been working on. I've been working on it for quite a while. The only thing is, because it's quite a lot of money, I suggested doing a special assessment. And I've heard people say they don't mind if it's for a very good cause, and the hotel really needs it. Now, a lot of areas really need help. But when we have people there all the time that sleep there and rent there, and it's continually going in and out, I don't want to take the chance for somebody to get hurt. And we could potentially raise the cost because we're doing renovations. Usually when you uplift something, you can increase the cost so you can offset that, throughout the years, right? So you could get the money back. But that's just my recommendation. I'd like John to talk to them. Go ahead.
I just have a question. Is this company certified building inspector?
They sure are.
That's what I was getting at, that the first thing would be to get a building inspector out of it, to let them go through the buildings to make sure that they're up to code, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
They're both firemen.
Well, that's
They own
fine.
their own business, so yeah.
Yeah, I'm not complaining about it.
Sure.
I'm just saying that seems to me that the way to start would be to get a projected amount certified by a registered building inspector. Because materials have changed. I mean, look at our safety and arts,
Right.
So, that to me would be the first line of defense.
Well, they have the ability to.
Well, that's fine.
That's why they bid on it.
Yeah,
right?
that would make sense.
Yes.
Thank you. Going down a quick memory lane, my first 3 years on the board, when Mr. Peterson was here, we invested a lot of money into the motel. And it hurts me to know that here we go again. And a couple of months ago, or several months ago, we talked about getting an evaluation of our electrical and plumbing situation there as well. This has nothing to do with electrical or plumbing, and that's my other biggest concern as well. I'm not saying no, but asking the membership for a special assessment, we're going to have more discussion about it, in my opinion. And because we're literally asking everyone to dole out another $30 or $40, possibly. Hold on. Let me finish, Mr. Herman, please. So that's my major concern right now. And I'm not saying no. I just think we need a little bit more time and thought into this. I don't think there's a lot, based on what you said, I don't think there's an issue where there's a danger right now, the rooms can still be rented out.
There is.
There is a danger right
Well,
now.
then should we shut them down?
Well, it may come to that
Should
if
we
we
shut 'em
don't
down?
do something
I
about
mean, if we
it.
know, should we shut down the motel if we know?
You can even go look at it and see
I'd be
it.
happy to.
I'm just saying that if that's the case, that's a whole new ballgame, but that's not the case at this moment.
Well,
So
how long has it been like that though?
I just told you. I've been here 4 years on the board. Within the first 3 years, Lisa's time too, we spent a lot of money via MK Builders, Mr. Peterson, no special assessment on repairing those rooms.
How much?
Right, most of it was interior and
Okay.
only some
So,
exterior.
again, I'm not against it. I am not against it. Now, special assessment, that's a whole new ballgame. That's a whole new ballgame. So if, if, if that's the route we decide to go, then that's the route we decide to go. Thank you.
Well, given that there's 3 bids, I would like to take it into executive session to discuss, because we really shouldn't be discussing all of the, we have your recommendation, but if we're gonna discuss the different costs and pricing and what we need done, and then bring it back into open session.
Hold on, Pat's had her hand up for like.
Yeah, I have a question because in the past, there's been work done on these motels. Different contractors, my recommendation is drop the extra dime, get it done and get it done right. Start to finish, because somebody's done it. And then in the middle of it, oh, well, I kind of missed this, we're gonna have to add more money. I have fired contractors on the fort. That, and I'm sure they don't like me, but I can't help it because a window's not centered in a room, it's 6 inches off center. This is sheer laziness.
Yeah, these
So
are bigger
let's drop
companies,
the extra dimes.
Yeah.
Get it done and get it done right.
That is my plan. I'm tired of seeing stuff halfway done.
I'm
It's
just
so
so
bad.
tired of
We
it.
have a licensed building inspector who lives on the board. It's Richard Moore. And so I would,
He agrees.
yeah, I would
He's seen
suggest.
everything
he's
that's
already
gonna
seen
get.
Does he have to shut it down?
Seen it.
Yeah.
Okay, well then let's say that out loud so that.
Oh, well, I didn't.
Has he asked to shut it down?
Huh?
Has he asked us to
He's
shut it
looked
down?
at, he's looked at everything that we're gonna,
Nobody, has he asked us to shut it down based on any dangers
no,
as a licensed inspector?
no.
Okay.
Would you like me to ask him his
Let me-
opinion?
That'd be
Well, he would be, he's, he's licensed, so if that were the case.
Yeah, I know.
you would
I know him
accept
really
that.
well. I'll
Yeah.
talk to Richard.
But that goes in conjunction, memo saying about the money. Like it's in a historical district, is there any funds available through the government?
There
to
could
help
be,
the
that's gonna
project?
take quite a long time to
Yeah,
get
that would
though.
take a long time.
And,
Well,
but, okay, I guess what everybody's missing is the safety issue.
Yeah.
So literally the support beams are splayed. If they fall, then that's gonna be a heck of a lot more money than what I'm proposing.
I understand, but
Aaron said he'll look at it too. We can get Richard to look at it, but I'm pretty
You're
confident.
talking about the second building, right?
Yes.
Okay, because the first building, we just put in $15,000 worth of work on some beams, correct?
Yes,
And the
those
same
are fine.
exact
So it's
condition, the same exact condition exists on the last 2 poles also.
Yeah, except they're worse.
Yeah.
All right. Well, then let's move this into executive section to talk about the different contractors. Summary of the vision traction workshop.
Oh,
we have
Travis has a question.
Yes, sir.
One thing on the historical side of it, grant wise, yes, that's gonna take forever. You can apply for expedited consideration for the 25% tax credit from the state of Texas.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can you expedited, if you tell them it's a safety,
Can you send that to me? Or that information?
I can forward you the.
Okay, that would be awesome.
Okay. All right, vision traction. So it's just a quick summary of, just a quick summary of the meetings that I'm sure people either heard or watched. Our core values, our final is accountability, communication, continuous improvement, integrity, and transparency.
I'm not gonna go over everything, but our core focus is service, purpose, cause, and passion is to service to members and guests. Our niche is preserving and enhancing history, nature, and community. Our 10-year target is full restoration of all common property, 1,800 memberships, 1,000 FRMs, additional family recreation, great golf course, restaurant and bar, event center, 75% motel occupancy, and fully maintained grounds. Our target marketing strategy is members, retirees, families, and couples. As far as guests goes, recreational enthusiasts. 3 unique things that we're targeting as our focus is recreation and amenities, nature and wildlife, and history. Well, nature and wildlife is one. And our guarantee is community, tradition, fun, relaxation. Our guest guarantee, that's for the members, for the guests, so much to do and explore, you can't possibly fit it into one trip. This is our goal to get to this point. And we will send this out along with all the rest of the details in the dispatch to everyone. Does anyone else have anything they want to add about division fraction?
I was very pleased with the training, Brittany, and I'm very appreciative again for all your efforts to try to help us. Thank you.
And I know that was quick, but given the time, I'm just kind of going through it all. So we are down to the last one, and that was Brittany, marketing, billboard, and donation.
Okay. I printed the numbers. Can you, Lisa, can you pass those around? Oh, sorry. Can you pass them back to me so I can go through? Yeah. All right. And then just, I don't have 6 copies, but just for, in case, well, you know where it's. Okay, so that one for you, and we can get. Okay. Oh. All right. Okay. All right, so a quick backstory. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, I love this place. And I continue to volunteer my time and expertise. So as a former marketing director, even going back to when Mr. Peterson was a GM, I had conversations with him and advocated for how important marketing was for the Experience Association. So I'm working back from that time, even before John decided to run for the board. So I'm always thinking with my marketing cap on, and since we've been working on trying to come up with a marketing plan, I think kind of the thing that we hear again and again from individuals is that they didn't even know that they could come in this place. And so they didn't even know they could turn in and just check it out or drive around or go play around with golf or something like that. So we want to kind of change that from a marketing standpoint, because as Ms. Charlena Kavanagh mentioned, that when we bring guests in, they sometimes turn into members. And when our members invite guests to come visit them, they sometimes turn into members. So it's really important. This is regarding a billboard. So again, backstory, John and I have a company, Coyote Clearing. He's done a lot of clearing volunteer work for Clark Springs. And so you all have probably in TV land, and you guys back there have seen that billboard as you're driving, maybe from Uvalde back towards Bracketville, and you're coming past where the old Border Patrol checkpoint used to be. It's on the left. And where it sits is a really great location because as you're driving, you just have to stare at it before you turn right to kind of go over the bridge. So we have had that billboard for almost a year. So it's coming up for renewal. And I've always thought it'd be a great billboard for Clark Springs too. So with my marketing hat on and thinking about it, John and I discussed it, and we would like to make a donation and offer that even somehow turning that billboard over to the association. So I've had conversations with Ms. Charlena Kavanagh about it, but in in regarding the value transparency and also being a little battle weary of things getting twisted online and no good deed going unpunished. I also think it's important, just so we can be clear, it's on the record, everybody understands what's going on. Okay, so I called the rep because our contract was coming up, and I asked Holly, hey, what's the new pricing going to be? The new pricing would be $400 a month. However, if our company was to renew, the pricing would be $315 a month. So there's already an $85 a month savings. Holly does not care if we renew and what vinyl goes up there. So I did ask her, well, can you just since I'm sending you, if Port Clark were to take over, can you just honor the same rate? The answer from her management was no. So the pricing would include one vinyl, and then each additional vinyl is $450. So again, with my marketing hat on, and last month I was approached to backfill a position for the marketing chair on Fort Clark Days. So I'm also thinking about marketing for Fort Clark Days. I think it would be amazing to utilize that billboard to advertise Fort Clark Days and then go ahead and cover replacement. And then for the remainder of the term, then go ahead and advertise Fort Clark in general, back to that point about encouraging people to stop. Okay. If some of you travel down I-10, you see the Buc-ee's billboards constantly. They get you thinking about stopping and planning and having the conversation in the car in advance. I understand that Fort Clark has billboards on property, and we want to revamp those and utilize those. But by the time you're passing in the car with your spouse or your friend, if you're a guest, you've never been to this place, and you see it, you're like, oh, well, you can't make up your mind. You're like, well, stop next time, and then you forget. So the idea with this concept is to get people thinking about it 20 minutes out and hopefully making a decision to stop if they have time. So, and again, as Charlena mentioned before, these are ideas, and sometimes we just need to try and see if they work or not. Also, I'd like to add that John and I have discussed regarding this particular item is we really are constantly thinking of ways to help Fort Clark Springs, and we care about this place, and so we'd be willing to make a donation of $1,020. The reason it's $1,020 because that comes out to an initial $85 a month at a discounted rate. So, does anybody have any questions? I'm trying to go fast because I know everybody's tired. Everybody that's giving y'all are shooters.
Brittany, is anybody's, hold on, Bill.
Yes, sir. Memo.
Okay, this is just for Fort Clark Days or for the whole year? I was just.
No, this is an opportunity for an entire year for Fort Clark Springs Association to use this, and then it would by the discounted rate. Okay. $315. Yes. And so I guess it's two decision points, yes or no on the billboard, and then it would be the additional $450 if we partitioned it off for advertising Fort Clark Days and then doing another vinyl. One vinyl is included. So it'd be then to change it from Fort Clark Days to just general Fort Clark Springs marketing would be $450.
But that's
Fabulous idea.
It's still marketing for Clark though.
It is,
Yes.
because again, the bigger and better that Fort Clark Days is, we get
Yes,
guests, and
exactly.
those guests hopefully fall in love with this place.
And so how would that work? Like if we're, because we can't just pay it to them, right? Do we have to pay it to you?
I can clarify that with Holly. Currently, what we did last for our year that's almost up is they put it on like a monthly where they auto draft it. So that would be to be determined, I guess, what would make the most sense. So
it's going to be on your account, so we would pay her.
Yeah.
Or pay
Well,
him.
I mean, or pay it all at
if
once.
all at once, or if Holly was fine with it, I mean, but I guess it would get a little bit tricky. I mean, we need to be able to make the contribution, and yeah, I'm sure there's a way to figure out the details.
What did you say it was going to be? How much?
$315 a month.
Well,
Plus
what would it be for the whole
$450.
year?
Somebody do. I guess I didn't do that math because $315 a month, and then
315 times 12.
and then we're making a contribution.
$3,780 divided by
Plus $450
That plus tax?
because we have to change the billboard.
But you don't have to pay the $450 in the renewal of the contract, you get a new vinyl.
No, I know
But if
that.
you want to get a new vinyl after that,
Yes.
you then have to pay an
Are
additional.
you saying you're paying it off?
No,
Oh, I was
we're
gonna say. 'cause I
contributing
thought
$1,020
Oh, we're paying
to the
1,000.
cost. No,
No.
we are,
Oh, okay,
John and I, our
okay.
contribution would be $1,020.
So if you include the
1,000.
second board and everything, the second vinyl for the year, it would be $3,210.
So that's our donation, or that was.
Less, it would be 4,230, but less your donation. The cost to the association would be
Oh,
$3,210,
so then,
give or take.
Does that include taxes? Is your contract, John?
Well,
I would be the person that you would ask that question to, because I do all the admin stuff.
Okay, well,
I don't want to, I mean, these are the numbers that Holly gave me, but that is a great question, and I didn't ping her back and say, well, is that 400 with tax or after? So I would have to clarify that.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just clarify it a little bit better because I feel like
Did I
we're
mess it up?
confused. All right,
I'm not.
if Fort Clark just wanted to go ahead and get this sign today, and they said, we want that sign, and we want to put a canvas on it, and then in a month from now, we want to put another canvas, that cost will be $5,200 for the year. No, sorry, $5,250. With our donation, using our rate and still changing the canvas, is $3,210. So it's saving the association $2,040 and gives us 12 months of advertising for the association.
I'm not arguing the point, it's just, I was just curious because community council has a 501(c)(3), which would.
Right, and we can look at that
you
once
know,
we
so
decide
you could
if we're
maybe
going to
put
do
in
it.
their name or whatever.
Yes.
Oh, I see, I see. Well, yes, but
That's why I was asking. If
yeah,
that
I see what you're
includes
saying.
taxes.
Mhm.
The other thing is that Fort Clark, history-wise, Fort Clark had that billboard years and years ago.
Thank you.
And nothing on it.
Well, that's
yeah.
beside the point, but the point is that we had done
Well,
what you're
thank you.
talking about. Yeah. I think they cluttered it up with so much junk on it that people, you couldn't read anything.
I want to be very clear. My feelings will not be hurt if you guys decide that the answer is no. This
absolutely
I'm
not.
just,
But
we continue to donate, and we can donate our funds somewhere else.
Yeah,
Do it.
Yeah.
We got to do another one for Fort Clark Days.
We put
Is
the
that
money
worth it?
away
Probably.
for marketing this
No,
year, which we've never
Well, then
done.
if you got to do another one
Oh,
after
and I
that.
did
So
forget
either
to
we
tell
don't have,
everybody.
either we can just
Okay.
do it all.
Charlene,
Or we could do it
There's
for
a
Fort Clark
motion.
Days and then move it back over to the
does the
Fort
banner that goes
That's what we're
across
gonna
the
do.
highway?
That would only
Fort
cost
Clark
32.
Days,
Or we could just get a new one.
rental
They-
to the highway department?
No, we bought, the Fort Clark Days bought their own banner.
Right, I
We bought our
understand.
banner. It
Fort
doesn't
Clark on
cost
there,
us
leave it in
anything.
there.
So we just have to put it up.
And,
And that would
um,
only be
our, our,
27.
what is it?
60.
Rio Grande
I
does it
think
for
it'd
us
be
for
worth
free.
it. No
Yeah,
matter
no,
what
I
the
think
question is, I think it's worth it.
You need a motion?
Yeah.
It's only because I can't spend 3,000. I can
Well,
only spend
let's put it, I
2,500.
mean, there could be tax, so we could say up to 4,000.
That work.
You know, that 3,210 plus whatever tax there may be, or
Don't get a
however
discount,
we work it out.
donate.
It'd only
Donation,
be about
we're done.
$300 in tax.
So a motion needs to be made.
I make a motion that we accept the Wiley's donation for the billboard on Highway 90, and that Miss Charlena has up to 4,000 to take care of it throughout the year.
Thanks. I love the way you went. 4,000.
Holding back.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, all in favor? Are you recusing?
Recuse.
Okay, so 4 and 1 abstention or recusal or however you want to
Yeah. That's
state it. Okay, so
That's it.
that leads us to adjourning to executive session.
Can I mention this right now? That
Are you getting ready to close the meeting?
in a second.
To go to executive session, yeah.
Before we close and no one comes back, the next meeting is on February the 15th. This is the schedule for March.
Okay,
March 15th, we'll have 2 meetings, March 15th and March 29th is the annual meeting.
annual meeting. Yes.
Okay, may I speak?
What is it
Well, we're not
about?
adjourning.
Okay, first off, my wife and I also donate $1,000 towards that sign because we're big billboard people. And we think that needs to happen.
Awesome. Thank you, Warren.
Okay,
Up to
Matt came to the RV park and we're putting up our playground equipment on the top of the AstroTurf. And he told us
to wait until after this meeting, and I don't see anybody discussing the playground equipment.
I have
we're
to
gonna
wait
do
to
that
find
in
out
the
from the
executive
general
session.
liability insurance, which
Okay,
I will find out on Monday.
And if you would like to come to executive session and discuss that with us,
right now?
yes.
Right now?
No, but by 20 minutes after we eat.
We have to eat.
Oh,
We're dying.
okay, and so 20 minutes from now,
Yeah.
right here?
We're
Over there.
over there.
We're Cassie and Vanessa right there.
So across, it's
Just right across here, right here.
We'll leave it open.
Okay, the only other thing I had was the title to the dump truck. We went down to the maintenance, got the dump truck. It's behind the fire station. And I want to know if we're gonna get the license, if we're gonna get the title to the dump truck so we can get it licensed and insured, or if you're gonna keep the title and you're gonna insure it.
That has not been discussed.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's also true of the tractor. We got the tractor and that's over in the fire station. We got it Wednesday and it's running.
You got it from where?
We got it from maintenance, the little green tractor with the mower on the back.
You got
We're
it
gonna use it to mow the trails.
Okay, you
Yeah.
got a broken tractor from us and you got it running?
That's right. It has an electrical problem. It has a blown out cross plug. The dump truck has, you don't have time to listen.
Okay.
You know, it's got a short in the electrical system. It's got a radiator leak. It needs a kill switch. We got all that done. That
You're gonna-
dump truck runs.
It's running already?
Yes, but we don't have the hydraulics figured out yet, and we don't have the leak in the radiator. So what we want to know is you're going to give us the title to the dump truck so we can own it and we can insure it, so that's insured.
Who's we?
I will take it myself. I will put it in my name, and then I will insure it. I will rent a space at the RV park storage area to put it so it's out of sight, so it's not there unsightly right behind the fire station. The tractor, I think, will have room to leave in the fire station from now. Otherwise, we'll take it over to the RV park. But the dump truck we hope to use to move brush or rock or whatever. And
I'm
We
sorry.
will have to discuss
Oh,
that.
yeah. Oh, I was not aware of this, just out of curiosity. You decided to get a tractor?
well, we're discussing it. I mean, that's
Yeah.
first, to
We
you
didn't
it
give it
was
to him.
junk,
Okay.
and we took it and got it
Yes.
fixed and running.
Okay, so you,
So-
okay.
But it's still a poor asset.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So now I'm getting this vibration that since we fixed it with our money and our time, the you people want it back for
I didn't
free.
say that.
And I don't
No,
think
no,
that's
no.
gonna happen.
Nobody has said anything.
I didn't even know you
Well,
were
it
doing it.
could happen.
It could happen because
but
you still
we
own it.
haven't said anything.
Yes, you still own it.
Yes.
Okay, the issue with the RV park playground is that we put AstroTurf down there, got all the mesquite bushes out. So we're talking about a liability issue on a playground. I don't hear any liability issue for how dark it is over there or on how many mesquite bushes there are for all the little kids to run around and cut themselves up. I don't hear any liability on that issue.
that
I just
is
hear a
the
liability
only-
issue about swings and teeter totters.
That is not the only reason that it's been held up. And there was no prior approval. There is no alteration form and there is no consideration by the association as to what liability or anything else that causes.
If your employees would come to our RV park committee meetings, they would know what we're thinking about and how we tend to help. They don't come to our meetings and all we hear is rumors. And then last year, when we had already gone to all of the work to get the 3 new washing machines, all of a sudden you came with 1 washing machine with a coin-op deal. So if your employees would come and work with the committees, you would know exactly what's going on.
You are not a board sanctioned board.
That's a good excuse. That's a really good excuse.
And we've already had this
That's a really good
conversation,
excuse.
Warren, and said that we would work with the RV park.
Yeah.
So you can't come in here and blast us for stuff that we've already discussed.
You're not even, you didn't even have this on the agenda. Matt came to us and told us we had to stop working on
Yes.
the playground
Because
until
the
we came
GM
here.
told-
This is not on the agenda here.
Oh, I don't know why.
Well,
he
I
said
don't know
came
why he said
here.
until you
I
came
didn't
here.
tell him
Why-
to say
why-
that.
So why did Matt come and tell us we had to stop constructing
We
playground?
would have to ask that.
Warren, no
Okay.
one is saying no to
I-
anything. No one is saying no,
I
just
had Matt.
relax.
I had Matt go over there.
You had Matt come.
Because I had not heard back from the insurance yet, like I had explained to you. You cannot just put up playground equipment unless we know it will be insured. Because if there's visitors that come in that are not members and they fall and hurt themselves,
That doesn't even matter.
well, that's
That doesn't
part
even
of it,
matter.
though.
First step is you have to get approval. That's the rules.
Yeah.
to.
It doesn't matter. If you want to go on common property and tie your shoe, you need to get approval. That's the rules. Just follow the rules. Get approval. Get the alteration form. If it is a repair, she can deem it necessary and she can go ahead and run with that. But if it's any add-ons or any improvements, which we greatly appreciate, you have to get approval. I don't know why we have to keep saying that. I drove 2 hours and we had a meeting the other day where we said that multiple times, and I feel like we're having the same exact conversation.
We are.
Get approval.
We are having the same one.
Get approval.
You need to get your employees to come to our meetings and you would have all the information you need about
You
what
still have
we're
to get
doing.
approval, Warren. What are you not understanding? Fill out the form.
We just got done taking gravel over to the tent area. Are you worried about the liability of coming up out of the tent area with a 3-inch drop off the blacktop?
Well,
So all you people are interested in liability and you're not even addressing this.
I did go over there and ask you, why wasn't I informed
Yes,
about
because
that?
there was
And you
another
said because you
incident.
don't
None of
have
this
to
is
tell
on
me.
the agenda.
Well, that's true.
Okay, motion, we go do something else.
Motion adjourn to executive session.
What time is it? Timer man?
307.
Okay. 3:07, and we are, reconvene.
Center with their $10,000 to $12,000, and our funds would come from the restricted fund.
All right. Second?
Second.
All right, all in favor? All right, motion passes unanimously. Discussion regarding tax litigation was had. No vote is needed, and I think that's it. So it is what time? 3:09, and we're adjourned.